Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
It's the most exciting time of the year. Postseason baseball in the Bronx. 2025 postseason tickets are on sale now, and this is your chance to be a part of the postseason excitement at Yankee Stadium. Hurry up and visit Yankees.com/postseason so you can have a chance to lock in the best seating locations. Again, log on to Yankees.com/postseason or call 212-YANKEES to learn more about all the ways you can be at Yankee Stadium for some postseason baseball. That's Yankees.com/postseason.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Okay, I'm here. Apologies to the YouTube chat community. People were tweeting at me, hey, what happened to the live? The live crashed. Let's build it up again. I don't know what happened. It's tech difficulties. I'm literally looking at the back end of YouTube Studio, and it's got that little monkey with the wrench, and it says something went wrong. I think the internet might have dropped on me. I don't know. That shouldn't have been what ended the live stream, but we're starting another live stream. So YouTube, the Night Watch, appreciate y'all in the chat. We have sorted that out. The camera is back up and running. Let's build the chat up so that when Big Mac comes on, there's like 200 people talking live in the chat by 2 o'clock. Now, all right, I'll speak on Jaxson Dart. And when I say there's layers to it, let's go back a couple layers. Let's go back to just the quarterback situation overall with the Giants. Daniel Jones. You cannot talk about Jaxson Dart without Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones was looked at by this regime as not their guy when he was, in his, third or fourth year. His fourth year, they didn't pick up his rookie option, and they basically let him, play that last year out of his rookie deal. And, they brought in Tyrod Taylor to challenge him, and supposedly they told the defense the plays when Daniel was running them, and, kind of tried to give Tyrod an advantage to see how he would react to it. Daniel Jones doesn't react to anything, so he just kept going. And then he led them to the playoffs. Vanilla Vic was born. He ran the ball, scored some touchdowns with his legs, and won a playoff game. And after that, you got to keep your quarterback. So Daniel Jones hired the right agency, the right agent, and I think they People's First, I forget what they're called, but they found a way to get him $100 million. And the Giants had to pay it, right? And there was a clause in that contract that if he got hurt, there was some money. I think Russell Wilson and him have the same agent or same people, because there was a similar clause in Russ's contract where when he was in Denver with Sean Payton, they wanted to bench him so that he didn't get hurt and they didn't owe him money. Well, fast forward to Daniel Jones's release and him joining the Vikings, and the Giants season absolutely spiraling, like just, it was over. It was over, done. And at the end of the year, after watching Drew Lock play and Tommy DeVito play, like, what a joke. Like, make it make sense, bro. Like, this is the same regime that went from QB1 to QB3 with Tommy DeVito last year after the bye week, where Tommy DeVito was in front of the media saying he found out when y'all found out. They didn't go into the bye week and try and get Tommy DeVito ready. They were going for the quick pop. They were going for what the fans wanted. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? They're doing what the fans want them to do. And if anybody tries to tell you, oh, this isn't the fans, please. It's an entertainment entity. The fans are the paying customers. The fans were loud as hell in there, booing Russell Wilson, chanting, "We want Dart." Nobody can focus under those circumstances. It's another home game. If they were going on the road, they might not have done it right now. Now, I'm not saying that's the main driver, but it's definitely a big factor. I don't know the percentage of it. If we had to make a pie of it, I think it's at least a third of it, right? There's another third of it, too. Russell Wilson and his last performance. And also you seeing Caleb Williams, which I said last night, Caleb Williams in his second year in the league, first year in Ben Johnson's system, third game of that year in that system, he's carving up the Dallas defense. They're pitiful. So even though Russ threw for 450 yards and 4 touchdowns, come on, man. Come on, man. You can't really, that doesn't really, that's not enough to get you through another couple weeks. The future is now. You traded up for this young man. The future is now. Daniel Jones in this future is in Indiana, lighting it up. You don't think John Mara sees that? The Colts have scored 103 points in their first 3 games. No Colts-era team has ever done that. They don't kick the ball. They go down and score. Like, they don't punt. I think they've had 1 punt. Daniel Jones is efficient and effective. His completion percentage is up. He's got weapons around him. Like, You think John Mara's not scratching his head saying, this better not be Saquon again? You guys couldn't figure it out. So, I saw Pat Leonard put out 10 days ago. Adam Schefter writes, there's no sense of urgency in the New York Giants organization to bench Russell Wilson and start rookie Jaxson Dart. So what changed? One bad performance? Or one bad performance coupled with it being in your stadium, in front of your fans. John Mara cares about that stadium. He cares about those ticket sales. He's a businessman. It's his family business. He cares about disgruntled fans. He cares about his building being taken over by Chiefs fans. It's a long season. If they're chanting, we want Dart, you give the people what they want. And the last part of this is when you watch that game and you watch Russell Wilson play, he is scared to get hit. He is short. He is past his prime. He can't really extend plays. Jaxson Dart can. Jaxson Dart is young. He's fresh. He's not necessarily a runner, but he's athletic, and he's got this will about him, this moxie about him, this way about him that he's going to be fearless. Now, when I said enjoy it right now, Giants fans, enjoy it because, but stop doing I'm hearing people talk about the next 10 to 15 years. It's not about the next 10 to 15 years. You don't know what the next 10 to 15 years would bring. If you go back 10, 15 years ago, you didn't know you'd be where you are right now. Stop that. Enjoy it now. Jaxson Dart had a good preseason. All we've heard is that he came in the building, he worked hard, he learned a lot, he impressed, he did more than they thought. And that, even there were reports that if it wasn't just handed to Russell Wilson, which I don't understand, if I'm Mara too, I am irate with these guys. Why did I give Russell Wilson $10 million for 3 games? Why did we pay Jameis Winston? Maybe we could have got a better offensive lineman in free agency or a linebacker or some better players with that money. Why was that money used in that fashion? 3 games of Russell Wilson? You moved off him already? And then you look at the schedule. There is no soft spot in the schedule. The Saints, yeah, but you don't want that soft spot to be his debut and it not be a soft spot anymore, You don't, and down there in the Dome, in the Superdome in New Orleans, they have a good culture. They have a good vibe. They can get loud in there and get turned up. And if you don't think that they'll be turned up to play against the Giants and think that that is their only win, of course they will. So what you do is you throw Dart into the fire now. You try to quiet your crowd. You remove the boos. You remove we want Dart. They're not going to, they got Dart. They're not going to boo him. They're going to be patient with him. And you start the future right now, and you hope for the best. Fingers crossed. Now, let's see how well Brian Daboll can prepare this young man. Let's see how well Mike Kafka can call plays. I don't have faith in them. Definitely not against Harbaugh and this Chargers defense. He's lucky Khalil Mack is not out there, but Derwin James is. And, yeah, the Chargers just beat Andy Reid, just beat Pete Carroll, Sean Payton. Yeah, they're going to beat Brian Daboll. They're going to beat Brian Daboll. But what you want to see is plays extended with Jaxson Dart, ability to make some plays that Russ can't. But he's a rookie, man. He's going to take his lumps. He's going to throw interceptions. He's going to have some plays where he gets his head taken off. He better learn how to slide. But yeah, here you go. No tough or no soft landing spot. You gotta deal with the Chargers in your building first, and you'll learn from that, and then hopefully you can go on the road and get your first win of the season against the Saints. But those are my thoughts on Jaxson Dart. Call me up if you disagree, or call me if you've got anything to add to that. But if I had to look at the pie, I would say 30% of this is how they handled Daniel Jones and what Daniel Jones is doing elsewhere, and the pressure of hey, this is who you got. This is finally, right? You got your hand-picked, hand-selected quarterback, Brian Daboll. What are we waiting for? Look what Daniel Jones is doing. The other 30% of it, 33% out of 100 is Russell Wilson. He's cooked. He was able to turn back the clock against the Dallas Cowboys, but a lot of quarterbacks are going to get off against that secondary and their lack of a pass rush. They just signed Jadeveon Clowney. They traded away Micah Parsons. Idiots. And then the last part is the fans.
Don't let anybody get on this radio station and tell you it's got nothing to do with the fans. Of course it does. The national broadcast game, like the country listened to Giants Stadium booing, chanting, "We want Dart." You want to eliminate that. You don't want disgruntled fans. You want to sell tickets. You want people to be there 1 o'clock against the Chargers. I don't know how anybody could even act like it doesn't have anything to do with the fans. It probably has more than 33% to do with the fans, especially with John Mara, who wanted you to win one home game for the fans, which cost you Cam Ward in the first pick. So you ended up trading back into the first and getting Jaxson Dart. Let's see what he is. I remember being on this same microphone saying he's the high riser after he beat the Duke Blue Devils, Daniel Jones' alma mater, in that bowl game. I'm like, this is the guy that's going to rise up. Did I know he was going to rise up past Shedeur Sanders? I didn't know at the time, but I'm like, this is the guy that's going to rise up. And it started to make a lot of sense for the Giants. Old Miss kid, young guy, moxie, blonde hair, got the Anakin Skywalker, the chain, the drip. He's very 2025. And now also, you got Cam Scatterboo starting because Tyrone Tracy is hurt, right? And if Tyrone Tracy doesn't get hurt, do we see as much of Cam Scatterboo as we got to see on Sunday Night Football? Probably not. But now you put these two together as a tag team, quarterback and running back, rookies that have already been together. If you watched in training camp, them coming out together, here it is, Giants fans. Enjoy it right now because it's tough. Like, they're going to throw some looks at him to confuse him. I don't think you've got great play calling. They're going to take Malik Neighbors away from him. He's going to have to be decisive. He's going to have to get rid of the ball. He's going to have to check it down. He's going to have to protect himself. And it's going to be a lot different than coming into the game and just running a zone read with Cam Scatterboo. And like I've been saying all week, they don't let him throw like they didn't let Tommy DeVito throw. They handcuffed Tommy DeVito in the beginning. Let him throw the ball. It's a passing league. You gotta have that threat. So he's going to go from, just entering the game like that to now it's on you, kid. But I do think that this is something that will give the team some juice. It'll give the team some energy. And we're about to see. We're about to see if he's really like that. We're about to see if he's ready. We're about to see if he's, if he's worth that first-round draft pick and worth all the hype and all the Giants fans literally putting their next 10 to 15 years of their future on. And if this guy can save Brian Daboll's job, I don't think he should save Brian Daboll's job. Even if he does perform well, I'd be like, whatever. He could do that with somebody else. Brian Daboll, Mike Kafka, you guys got to go. They're going to lose anyway. They're not winning games. Shame on you guys that talked about them winning X amount of games and playoffs. And I was just like, I didn't feed into that at all. This is the NFL, man. I told you there are too many cohesive units. There are too many coaches and all pro players that have been doing this for a long time. And the Giants too much make it up as they go along. And, you fail to prepare to fail. At least you got Younghoe Koo now. At least you got him now. And, that's another dynamic of it. In this modern-day NFL, where I was talking about it last night, that they're kicking the ball off, and you're not starting at the 20-yard line. You're starting at the 35. Can you at least scheme up some plays for Jaxson Dart to get 20, 25 yards, get across midfield, getting into some type of range for your kicker to be able to kick a 60-yarder, a 55-yarder, get points? I don't think that's, out of the realm of possibility. 888-808-1019. Carlos is in Clifton on the Fan. What's up, Los?
Hey, what's up, Keith? Hey, Yankee game tonight looked great. Looked playoff atmosphere. That's what I saw. I saw they were panning out to the fans. There was a girl there with her eyes closed. There were people, they didn't even want to look at the game. It was crazy. A quick Giants point, on the starting of Dart, I guess it was break glass emergency. He had to do it. Fans are getting on him. He did stop the planes from coming one more week, so he's good with that. There's no planes flying over the Meadowlands.
They didn't do that. I saw that on Instagram. They're trying to raise money to fly the planes. It could still happen. They might already have that in motion.
Yeah, but he stayed 1 week. Here's what I need to understand. what is going to take? I know we're not winning, but what kind of performance is it going to take? Barring, if he gets hurt, then it's done. That whole regime's gone. But what kind of performance is going to take Dart to have Dable keep his job?
Touchdowns. Moving the ball, putting drives together, and getting in the end zone. The Giants don't score enough touchdowns.
I know. Now, do you think that having a healthy Andrew Thomas played into it? I almost think that.
But what's his snap count this week? I was kind of put off by that. Come on, bro. It's football, man. I don't know. I get it because everybody, they want to be healthy. It's the right thing to do. It's a smart thing to do. But as a competitor, as a man, being out there with your brothers, on Sunday Night Football, I don't know. I don't know if I could just bow out, man. You're a tackle, bro. I don't know. I don't know.
You're a professional. Now, one more thing I wanted to say. He got to open a playbook for this kid. I don't want to see bubble screens and trying to protect them. This is your job. It's go time. This is it. And I'll listen to you for the rest of the night, Keith. Thanks.
Thanks for the call, Carlos. Yeah, open the playbook for him. Run the plays that, run the plays that fit the down and distance. Run the plays that fit the scheme that you game plan for all week. You're watching film on the Chargers. You're seeing what has worked and what hasn't worked against them. Right? I don't know. I don't think I don't think that they're ready to face the Chargers and win. I think Jaxson Dart will, like I said, he's athletic enough where he's going to extend some plays, and he's definitely not going to be gun shy. I think he's going to let it rip. But that could turn into interceptions. That could turn into getting hit. I'm interested to see. I would love to see it be competitive. I would love to see the Giants actually go toe-to-toe with him. But, damn, you're about to go up against Justin Herbert, and he's been cooking now. Keenan Allen at 33 years old, still playing, still good. Quentin Johnson all of a sudden can catch the ball. Ladd McConkey, you already know Ladd McConkey is like that. And Najee Harris is done, so their rookie running back, Hampton, he's the guy. I don't know, man. There's no soft landing spot, so why wait? It's not even a rip the Band-Aid off. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a broken leg. This team is broken, but let's put this Dart Band-Aid on and see if that helps. They got more issues than the quarterback. They've been running that video of Malik Neighbors chewing the gum. It ain't the quarterback. It ain't the quarterback. What you trying to say, Malik? Go on. Tell us. What is it then? It's the game plan. It's the offensive scheme. It's the play calling. It's the coaching. And all we do is talk about how Brian Dable is an offensive mastermind guru. I ain't seen it yet. All we do is talk about how he developed Josh Allen. Well, let's see how much he has developed young Jaxson Dart from late April. So May, June, July, August, September, 5 months. Can't wait. Sunday at 1 o'clock. East Rutherford, Giants Stadium. Don't boo Jaxson Dart now. Don't boo Jaxson Dart now. That's why they did this. They don't want to hear boos in their building. They gave you what you wanted. Keith McPherson on the fan. It's already 1 o'clock. Let's get to these Yankee calls. I know Met fans aren't going to call me, so we will take this all the way till 1, talking about the New York Yankees. We'll look at the standings. We'll talk about the pitching matchup, what has to happen, what's to come. KM to AM returns right after this.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Even the most basic things, Sal.
Yeah.
You watch this team and you're like, my God, it's a combination of boring and embarrassing, and it's just awful, and the Giant fan deserves so much better. It is a joke.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty. New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep the city clean, man. Let's get it.
Hey, Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, September 26th, when the Yankees host the division rival Orioles for a great promotional giveaway. It's Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night, presented by Star Insurance. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees Jersey hoodie. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night when the Yankees face the Baltimore Orioles on Friday, September 26th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my main man, Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Institute for Pain Management, a migraine and nerve pain specialist who gets you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Dr. J for pain-relieving solutions. Same day and next day appointments available in offices in Colonia, Livingston, and now Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit samwellpain.com.
This is Alex Shulman. And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. We'll always go the extra mile for you. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when.
Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Big night for the locals. The Yankees clinch a playoff spot for the 8th time in 9 years, walking off the White Sox 3-2. Aaron Judge telling the fans Emmanuel Barbari that he wants redemption come October.
I can't wait. I've been thinking about it since last November. It's lost a lot of sleep over it, but excited to go back out there and do our thing.
The Yankees also moved to within a game of the Blue Jays for first place in the AL East. The Mets, with their biggest win all season, they erase a 6-1 deficit, get a go-ahead 2-run blast from Francisco Alvarez in the 8th, then see Edwin Diaz retire all 6 Cubs he faced. 9-7 the final at Wrigley. The Reds lost to the Pirates while the D-backs rallied to beat the Dodgers. So now both the Reds and Diamondbacks are a game behind the Mets for the final wild card spot in the National League. And the Giants are reportedly benching Russell Wilson and turning to first-round rookie Jaxson Dart at quarterback. Dart will make his first career start on Sunday at MetLife Stadium, taking on the 3-0 Chargers. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
New Jersey for an appearance at Lowe's. Lowe's has a activation with the NFL called Earn Your Sunday. You've probably seen those commercials with Dak Prescott and Justin Jefferson. I think Saquon is in one, Christian McCaffrey. And they've been going, state to state for wherever Sunday Night Football is. So with Sunday Night Football being in East Rutherford, they picked a Lowe's in Butler, New Jersey. And I think it was specifically because of the size of the parking lot. And it was a nice Lowe's. So I went out there with WFAN to MC that and give out $100 gift cards and meet fans. And it was about an hour ride for me out there. And I liked it. I enjoyed it. I was happy that I got chosen for it and went out there because I met so many great people that listen to WFAN. I tweeted after, shout out to all the great WFAN listeners that I met today. You never know who's listening to the radio, even as far out as Butler, New Jersey is from New York City. I told all of them, some nights I'm in here, it's just me, Fleegs, Marco. Sometimes it might not even be an update guy. It might be 1 or 2 people in the newsroom cutting tape. It's quiet in here. And you can forget how many people are actually listening. And, I was just taken back by, people's words and people wanting pictures. One guy left and came back because he wanted to retake his picture. Shout out to him. Shout out to the guy. It was nice. It's extremely flattering to go out to somewhere like that where even as I'm riding through the town, as I'm leaving, I'm like, this is a nice place. It's almost like the Appalachian Mountains out here. You could see the elevation in the background. Nice little town. And yeah, just a perspective of the reach of WFAN, the radio, and me doing this 4 years, you don't always realize the impact. The social media is not accurate. What people write on Reddit and Twitter and Facebook about you is not accurate. When you show up somewhere and people hear on the radio that Keith McPherson is coming out to Butler for an appearance for 2 hours, and people are there before I get out of the car, and people are there until I get back in the car, Yeah, it makes you feel good. I appreciate that. So, doing these shows every night and what they mean to people, all of us here at WFAN, we're your companions. We're in the car with you. A lot of people use this to fall asleep at night and go to bed. And I just wanted to say thank you. I just wanted to shout people out that I know don't call, but they listen. They're not trying to be a part of the show. They're not trying to call up with a hot take. They just enjoy the callers and enjoy the conversation. And, that's why WFAN is still alive and well. 877-337-6666. My guy Mo from the Bleachers, 203 on both sides of the phone.
What's going on, Keith? On that same note, I wanted to just give a quick shout out to a couple of my friends I was watching the game with, my friend Alvarez and Boris, and then my main man, Ernie Katishis, that you talked to once. I know all of us were going a little nuts, but I just wanted to say, make just an observation, then a point, and that's it. This is the most crazy September I remember in a long time. I mean, today the Tigers are in first place in the West, and now they're barely hanging on to a wild card spot. And we very likely on Friday, when I see you, could be sitting there at the end of the game and be in first place in the American League East. This is just insanity. Last night the Mets are out of the playoffs. And today they're holding on to the first spot with a game lead. Every day the matchups, I check that postseason matchup on MLB, and every day the teams change. The Astros in one day, out the next. It's just insanity. But the point I wanted to make that I think was lost tonight was Luke Weaver hasn't given up a run in four appearances, and he comes in, first batter gets a double. I remember turning to my friend Boris, and I was like, if he holds them right here, we're going to win this game. My wind came out of my sails a little bit when Grisham hit into that double play, but runner on second, nobody out. If Weaver can be anything close to the Weaver we saw last year, this team has a big, big run in it, I think. And I just wanted to get your opinion on the bullpen and what you're seeing, because they're the hottest team in baseball since mid-June. And they're, right now I'm starting to believe. I know it's a little optimistic, but I know it's weaker teams, but they ran through the gauntlet 7-5, the 4 playoff teams, and they're beating the teams they need to beat. I'll see you on Friday. I'll hang up and want to hear what you think about going the rest of the way, if you think we'll catch the Blue Jays. And I'll see you on Friday night, brother.
Thanks for the call, Mo. Yeah, and good point with the bullpen, and specifically Luke Weaver. Luke Weaver is somebody that we were saying, if Luke Weaver isn't right, that's a big problem with this bullpen. They got to find the right lane for him. They got to find the right matchups for him, the right place for him. Luke Weaver was pitching batting practice. Luke Weaver, his fastball was flat, and just he hadn't been good. He had a lot of bad moments. He was outside of the circle of trust, but as of late, he's been better, and that also goes into your confidence going into the postseason and believing and thinking okay, Luke Weaver ends up getting the win tonight. And in his last 7 games, I don't think we should look at his last 7 games. Let me look at his game logs. His last handful of appearances, he's been better. Just keep the ball in the ballpark and don't give much up. So against Minnesota, he had 3 hits, 5 runs. So that's September 15th. But since then, he's been a lot better. Against the Minnesota in the last game of that series, gave up 1 hit, but got out of that inning, 1 strikeout, good. Against Baltimore, he dominated. 1 inning, 2 strikeouts. Against Baltimore again, just 1 out there, 1 walk, fine. Didn't blow up. And against the White Sox tonight, he goes an inning and a third, 1 hit, 1 strikeout, stops the bleeding, does the job, gets 4 outs. And Luke Weaver has to be instrumental. Now it's the postseason again. He's not going to be the closer, but he's shown you that he can do it in October. He's got the intestinal fortitude. He's got the mental toughness. He's got the cojones. He's got the heart, whatever you want to call it. As he is rounding into form, he can be a weapon. And that helps Boone deploy him, right? You did not see Devin Williams tonight. You did not see David Bednar tonight. And when they put that bullpen budget up, you kind of knew, okay, Bednar threw 16 pitches on Sunday. If need be, which we didn't need him. Like, could he go? Yeah, Devin Williams threw 14 on Sunday. Fernando Cruz, 15. Weaver, 11. Camilo Duvall, 20. Like, they just kind of, obviously with the off day, they showed you, like, the bullpen is ready to go. But we are fighting to win all of these games and win the division, and they can. Like, when you look at the standings and you think about, okay, tomorrow, even if they end up in a tight game, which they shouldn't end up in a tight game with the White Sox, bro. And, like, tomorrow, well, now it's tomorrow. Today, good morning. It is Wednesday. Max Fried is on the mound. So you expect Max Fried to go 6-7 innings. So if he goes 7 innings, it should be, if you're writing up the script, Fried, Williams, Bednar. Good night. Or maybe that's a spot to throw Camilo Duvall. Build up his confidence. Have him feeling good about himself. So these are all positive things. And yeah, last but not least, before we get back to the calls, like when you refresh the standings and you see that the Yankees are a game back, obviously they are 2 games back because they don't have the tiebreaker against the Blue Jays. It's not out of the realm of possibility. The Blue Jays have been failing. They're 5-5 in their last 10. The Yankees are 7-3, right? They just had a losing streak. And they got to face Garrett Crochet, and they got to face a Red Sox team that is fighting for their lives. Bodes well for us. Just looking at the pitching matchup. You feel good about, okay, if Max Fried goes out there and wins, and Crochet goes out there and shoves as we've expected him to do all year, and Scherzer, who couldn't get out of the first inning last time he pitched, gave up 7 runs. What do you expect from Scherzer this time out? A perfect game? I don't. Like, I could be sitting right here tomorrow like, yo, the division is right there. And it could come down to, like Mo was saying, I'm trying to go to the game Friday night. The last Friday night in the boogie down for the regular season. There's no better night, in my opinion, to go to Yankee Stadium than Friday night. Like, you win Wednesday, and that's to get you eye to eye with them when they lose, and then you win Thursday to take the tiebreaker and be ahead of them. Like, I don't know if they're going to lose out, but it is crazy to me that they've done this much losing, because when I was looking at the Blue Jays, and I have a take that it is aged terribly if the Yankees do this, but I'm a Yankee fan. I want to win the division. I was telling them I'm not going to be satisfied till they're up 7.5 games. Now, you don't have to be up 7.5 games. All you got to be up is a half a game. All you got to be up is a game, But as I was looking at the Blue Jays just last weekend, not this weekend, the weekend before, we were in the suite for Banana Ball, and we're watching Max Fried pitch, and I'm watching the Blue Jays on my phone, and I'm like, they're down 4-2 in the bottom of the ninth, but I know they're about to rally and win, and they do. I'm like, they are fighting. They are not losing these games. I'm like, there is something about this Blue Jays team, and then it all just got zapped. Yeah, they after they faced the Orioles, they beat the Orioles. They swept the Orioles last Friday, Saturday, or the weekend of the 12th, 13th, 14th was when I'm like, we're not catching them, bro. They just swept the Orioles. They got Tampa, Kansas City, and then they end up finding a way to lose to Tampa and split that series, and then get swept by the. I didn't have them getting swept by the Royals. I didn't have them not winning the series against Tampa. So that is why you can't predict baseball. You love baseball. That is why the test of 162, we love that. We don't want to see 140 games, 130 games, because like the Yankees are playing their best baseball. They're the hottest team. They're rounding into form. Guys are getting right, and they can come back here and grab that division. That'd be insane if they actually get it done. I'd be so happy, because then you give yourself less games to have to win to get back to the World Series. Now, last year, and even this year, right, I was talking about Jazz this year, and I am a scaredy cat. I am a shook one. I don't like the talk. And I in my own life, I keep things close to the chest. Like, I don't let people know what I'm working on. I don't tell people my full-on dreams. I hate when people are like, what's your 5-year plan? Why would I tell you? I don't tell anybody what I'm doing. Even when I was auditioning for WFAN, I didn't tell a soul. Nobody knew. Even when I knew I got the gig at WFAN, I think my mom knew and my wife knew. And they knew, don't tell anybody. So with Jazz, and this is different, but Jazz has been talking about, like, remember Jazz was saying, yeah, we're stepping on necks. Yeah, we're the best team in the American League. And then they lost a couple games after that. And I'm just like, bro, it's baseball. Don't talk like that, bro. Please. But then he also said, we're coming for the division. We're going to win the division. And I'm like, yo, like that, you can't determine that. But I guess that's just who Jazz is. That's how Jazz talks. And post-game in Yankee Stadium, as they're popping champagne, as they have their October baseball shirts on, here's what Jazz had to say talking to Meredith. And you probably heard it, but like my first reaction to it, and I'm getting some blowback on Twitter, but whatever, that's what people do. My first reaction to it was like, chill. I've been really putting out there, Jazz, say less. I said, my brother in Christ, can you please just zip your lips? Here's what Jazz had to say just on clinch night, not the division night, not winning the wild card round, not winning the DS, not winning the CS to go to the World Series. Here's what Jazz said after getting his first taste of champagne in 2025.
Aaron, this team is officially heading back to the postseason. You're now just a game back from the Blue Jays. How does it feel to know that you're going back?
We're all excited, as you can probably hear from all the boys in here. It takes a lot.
This is Judge first. This is Judge.
Work to get to this point. It's a long season. So you never,
Hey, does that ever get old?
It never gets old. Our ultimate goal is to win our division. It's still, right there for us. So, we're excited about getting in, but we got bigger things ahead of us.
How badly do you want that division, knowing how close it is right now, just a game back?
I want every game. I want every single game we play here and get to wear pinstripe. So, I want it really bad.
Talk about the hard work. How big of an addition has Jose Caballero been for this team?
He's been incredible. He's been, causing havoc against us for years with Seattle and the Tampa Bay, and excited to have him with us. He came in there as a pinch runner. You don't know what's going to happen, but I think that speaks volumes to the type of team we have, where it doesn't matter if you're coming off the bench or you're starting that game, you're going to make an impact and do something big, and he wants the ball game there.
Did you know that ball was dropping right away? Any doubt you were going to be able to score on that play there?
Never a doubt. It's my job out there at second, get a good read, and, have a good jump and score. So, it wasn't that bad by him to go up there, foul some tough pitches against a tough righty, and help us win the ball game.
Long 9-pitch at bat. Now, when you look at this team, you look at the roster this year, why do you think you guys are equipped to go all the way?
We got a great offense, great pitching staff, start with what Mac Fried and Los have done so far this season for us. It's
Okay, so that's my fault. I sent Fleegs Jazz first, or Judge first, and not Jazz, and I queued it up for Jazz. But I wanted you to hear the converse between how Judge, the Yankee captain, drafted, developed, been here, been through the heartbreaks, been through coming up short, talks in the post game about, yeah, we want it, the division, yeah, it's out there for us, blah, 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 but it's short and sweet with like his sentences and his words. But here is what Jazz had to say. Like I said, as soon as that champagne hits your lips, it's one thing and one thing only, which we all know, but listen to Jazz articulate it in a way no one else can.
Jazz, you're heading back to the postseason. What does it mean to you to know that you're going to be playing October baseball?
I mean, it's always great to play October baseball, but it means even more to go to the World Series. So right now it's just the first step, and we're ready to keep on going.
Hey, how do you get back there? What does this team need to do to make sure that you are back in that spot?
I feel like we just got to keep on being resilient, keep on being together, and keep on passing the baton to the next guy.
You talk about being together. What makes this group so tight-knit?
We got a great leader in Aaron Judge, and I mean, for me, I just feel like he just knows how to lead us. Sorry.
You enjoy yourself. Hey, another stolen base, 31 home runs. Just on your season as a whole, how proud are you of the effort that you've put out this year?
I feel like I'm very proud, but I feel like I'd be prouder with the ring on my finger saying that we won the World Series. So until we get there, I don't know yet how I feel about
about the season.
Do you think you have the roster to get that job done?
I never not believed in my team. I always think that we have the roster to do it, especially with the talent that we have here right now. We got a bunch of MVPs, a bunch of great closers. I mean, you can't ask for nothing better than this team right now.
You mentioned MVPs. They were chanting MVP for Aaron Judge. Just what does he mean to this team? And, how does that feel?
That's cold.
Hey, better you than me, buddy.
Last year I got you a lot, right? But, I mean, he means everything to this team, man. He's the captain of this team. He leads us great. He keeps us together. And, I mean, who wouldn't want to have the AL MVP on their team?
Just a game back from the Blue Jays in the division. Can you wrap your head around how close you guys are to potentially an AL East title?
Like I always said, we're not here just to win, to get into the wild card. We're here to win the division, and I feel like we're very close to that, and we're going to come up to that. It's going to be these last 5 games left that I think that it's going to show who's really going to be ready for that day and see how we get there.
Guys, good luck. It's going to be a fun one.
Thank you.
All right, it is what it is, right? She asked him, and he said, yeah, the going October is fun, whatever, but it'd be a lot better with a ring on my finger. I went back to my notes. It was August 28th that he said we're going to win the division, and then we're going to win the World Series. Daniel's in Manhattan on the Fan. Dan, you got it.
Hey, what's up, Keith?
It's good.
Not much. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be not like most Yankee fans and just say I'm going to embrace it. For a while, I've seen on Twitter and scrolled around social media that Yankee fans beg for a guy with moxie, with attitude. And now that we got it, I think we should just embrace it for once.
I'm embracing it, but there's a couple, Jazz got picked off tonight. It's there's two sides of the coin with Jazz. I just feel like he could say less. We all know what the mission is, right? Chase for 28, mission 28. We've been on this mission for 16 years. We know it, Jazz. You don't have to say it, because when you say it, and if we don't do it, the internet is written in ink. Everybody has that audio, those videos. The same thing happened last year. Last year, he kept talking about 28, championship, win a World Series. And he was a part of a team that failed in the 5th inning and got embarrassed. So I'm like, why not forego that with your words at least this time around? But you can't stop him. Like I said, August 28th, he said they were winning the division and winning the World Series. So that's Jazz.
Yeah, I guess so. It's just who he is as a player.
Yeah, it's part of his game. Thanks for the call, Daniel. It's part of having Jazz Chisholm on your team. I don't know. I just feel like say less. Let your actions speak for themselves. The Yankees' actions are speaking for themselves. They do look like the best team in the American League. They do look like they're going after the division. They do look like a team that could get to the World Series, maybe win it. But talk is cheap at the end of the day, bro. I don't know. Just me. That's how I would go about it. I don't go around telling people I'm going to be the greatest radio host ever. I'm going to rock this show tonight. I'm going to do this and do this. I just go about putting in the work and doing my thing and praying and hoping for the best. I just feel like there's sometimes what's understood don't need to be explained, and the words can be hollow. I don't know. I would hope that somebody got to him and to just be like, bro, we know. He's the only one on the team talking about we're going to win the division. What if the Blue Jays win the rest of their games? They come alive. That's out of your control. The World Series is also, it's hard to win the World Series. I remember last year saying, Jazz, you just got here, bro. You are more of a Miami Marlin. But shout out to him. I was perusing through his Players Tribune thing, and it was about how he found his joy again here with the New York Yankees, and how obviously he was with the Marlins and they're not winning anything. And what Jeter meant to him, right? Jeter came and watched him as a prospect, and he obviously had a relationship with Derek Jeter because Jeter was in the front office with the Marlins. And then he became a Yankee, and it was like universe never unconnects. Some type of prophecy realized. And, he said a couple days ago, if you play here, as far as, the Yankees go in New York, you're never going to want to leave. And, he said, in pinstripes, I found my joy again. And I appreciate that he knows what it means. I will say this. I appreciate that he's not half-stepping around it. He knows what it means to be a Yankee and what it means to be a Yankee that never won anything. The Yankees are synonymous with winning. The Yankees have to get back to winning World Series. Win one. I've been doing this rant and preaching this for years. The next World Series that the Yankees win will trump them all. It'll be shinier than all of them. I still have people, this guy's a Yankee fan. The Yankees won all those World Series before black players and Latino players could play. The Yankees won those World Series with steroids, like trying to invalidate the Yankees' 27 championships. Get it done. Your actions are going to speak a lot more than words. In this Players Tribune article, and you should check it out, Players Tribune, that's also Jeter's thing. He says, I know what it means to play here, to be a Yankee, and I know that if I work hard and stay true to who I am, there's greatness ahead of me. I just want to make history. I want to be a New York legend in my own way with love for the game that my grandma gave me. He talked about his grandmother playing softball and putting the ball in his hands. And he said, there's already a king here in Judge. I'm good with being the prince. And when he comes up to the plate, his song is, hello, they call me Jazz. I'm the prince of the city. But Jazz, there's a lot of us that have been in this city and been rooting for the Yankees and been going through postseasons that have come up short. We have put in pain. This is your second one. We all know what the goal is. Just get it done. Just get it done, champ. We don't need to hear that, this and this, because then it's empty. It's hollow. You become old takes exposed. You become a meme. They laugh at you when they take that quote card and they're like, so what about the division? What about the World Series? Talk is cheap. 888-808-1019. I'm running out of time. It happens every night. I run out of time. These shows they do come to an end. I've got 24 minutes left. Let's break it down now. I've got a couple calls. If you'd like to get a word in, join me. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
I look forward to breaking down that game with you, but I know we do have some NFL news to get into and talk about.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Back when I played, overdrafting a bank account meant crazy fees. Cash App has your back with free overdraft coverage up to $200 when you set up direct deposit of at least $300 per month and use the Cash App card. No hidden fees, just peace of mind if something unexpected does happen. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days and you'll score $10.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
Fall is in the air, and that means spectacular savings at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Lease the versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 all-wheel drive for only $239 per month for 36 months. Or choose the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50 all-wheel drive for just $249 per month for 36 months. Prices are falling at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Visit us today for exceptional seasonal offers. Click shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Okay. Not wasting any time here with the rejoin. It's Keith McPherson on the Fan. This is my last couple minutes. Let's get right back to the phones and get you guys on the Fan. Ross is in Bergen County. You got it, Ross. Oh, Ross fell asleep? I'm going to get after Ross for falling asleep. Ross, you're supposed to be better than that. Yeah, he apologized last time he fell asleep. He got on hold and fell asleep. Ross, you are a WFAN all day, every day, young guy falling asleep on us. Rich is in South Orange on the Fan. Are you awake?
Yes, I am, sir. Today's the day for the Yankees. I'd like to make 3 points. I'd like you to hear me out, and then I'll listen to your response. First off, I myself, like a lot of people, thought at the beginning of the year the NL West was the best division, but that's not the way it turned out. It turns out that the Yankees division apparently is the best, the AL East. If the Reds don't make the playoffs, we're the only division that have 3 teams.
Correct.
And my second point is, I think anybody at this point, it looks like the Yankees are going to win 92 or 93. I think anybody that knocks Cashman is naive, and I think he's done a great job. And my third point is that gentleman you had earlier call about the Giants and John Mara. That was the most logical explanation I've heard about the Giants on the Fan ever.
Chris, yeah.
I will listen to your response, and thanks for taking the call.
Thanks for the call, Richie. Going backwards, Chris cited a call that he made to my show a while ago, And that's why I let him go. I was listening, and I would just let him go until I try to let you guys go until you say something I disagree with or something that I got to interject to correct or whatever. Chris was hitting it, and then that queued me up for my Jaxson Dart stuff. Brian Cashman, again, we see you. We understand. Job well done. Should be in the conversation for Executive of the Year. Plan B, the pivot. Still the New York Yankees, still very much so the New York Yankees. And the best division in baseball, the Yankees still have an opportunity to win that division. It's crazy. It's crazy to think about. Long season, 162 games. It ain't over until it's over. Let's go to Bob in Bayside on the Fan next.
Keith, I want to say you are absolutely right about that baseball, football is a business. And you're right saying that entertaining your fans is part of it. And if your fans are booing, you got to make the change. I know a lot of people are saying you can't throw Dart to the wolves this fast, but he seems to have the personality that even if he fails in a few games, that it won't retard his progress.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be deterred. I think that he's going to keep fighting and battling as long as he's healthy and as long as they can block and keep him healthy.
And you're right. When your fans are booing, you have to stop that.
I heard people today talking about, it might have been Tiki, it might have been someone else, like, oh, no, this isn't the fans. Of course it's the fans. Did you all watch the game Sunday? They were loud. And do you not know John Mara's track record? That's why I cited the Tommy DeVito thing. Why did they skip from Daniel Jones to Tommy DeVito? Because it was a home game where they were hosting the Buccaneers. They wanted to rally the fans, and Tommy Cutlitz was more in favor with the fans than Drew Lock.
And by the way, about Daniel Jones, all he needed was an offensive line and a couple of capable offensive coordinators.
Yeah.
I mean, he had 3 or 4 different offensive coordinators in 5 years. And 4 different coaching staffs.
What he went through here in New York prepared him for where he is. He's living on Easy Street in Indiana right now.
I always said to C-Mac and to Sal Licata, who always put him down, I always said, just look at one thing. He's got all the tools.
And he's a Duke kid, so he's obviously smart enough. He's a big body guy. He can run. He's got a strong arm.
All the tools.
He's got a great running back again.
And he's finally got an offensive line.
Yeah,
so,
Quentin Nelson on that offensive line, one of the best in the business. Tyler Warren drafted to play tight end, a bunch of receivers that people act like they don't know, but he's got good receivers.
When you have an offensive line where the defense is in on you in 1 second or a second and a half, you're running for your life all game.
No one can operate. No one can do anything. I used to say Daniel Jones playing quarterback for the New York Giants is like, driving drunk in the rain. Like no one can drive safely. Thanks for the call, Bob. Nobody can navigate that safely. And driving in the pouring rain on the highway, and you had 10 margaritas. Here's a stat from NFL on CBS. Daniel Jones is the only QB in the last 75 years to hit each of the following through 3 weeks: have a 3-0 record, have a 70% or better completion percentage, have over 850 total yards, have 6 total TDs, and not turn the ball over once. That guy people thought was going to be out of the league. I know I'm on record saying, no, he's just getting started. It didn't work here. He's going to make a lot of money. He might be their franchise quarterback now. Would you look at that? Keeping it moving here. Mark is in Wantagh on the Fan. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Keith. Big fan. Just a quick question. Now that we clinched, who's Game 3 starter in your opinion, and who do you think Boone's going to put out there? And I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks for the call, Mark. Like I said, did tonight what you saw from Heel put him over Cam Schlittler for you? Because I feel like they're still auditioning, but like I just honestly go back. This is the Yankees. I don't think they're going to throw a rookie in that position. I think it's Max Fried, Carlos Rodon, Heel. I don't think they're going to put a rookie in a Game 3 spot with the season on the line. They have plans for Cam Schlittler to be an ace, to be in this rotation next year and years ago. It's a tough spot for a rookie. I think it's Luis Heel. But I also think it's on the table that we don't have to play in a wild card round. We might have a week off and not play till Friday, October 3rd. or whenever the wild card starts. I think that, or when the division series starts. So, yeah, now that we clinched, let's handle business. Hopefully they didn't drink too much champagne. Come out and win again and again and again. Win the rest of these games. Win the rest of these games and you're division champs and you get a week off. Work's not done. Job finished? Job not finished. Job's not finished. Tony's in Montreal on the Fan. What's up, Tony?
Hi, how you doing, man?
Good.
A good night. Good night. And
great night, yes.
Great night. And, you know, Keith, I like the fact that you have a great memory and you can remember back to the beginning of the season, and you had a lot of people hating on the team and, you know, always trying to nitpick. Boone gets to the playoffs again. The Yankees get back. Your Cashman pulls rabbits out of his hat, and they win, and they're only a game away. And let me tell you something. In Toronto, I was watching both games, and they're nervous. They lost tonight.
Mm-hmm.
It was a close game. Probably terrible calls. I don't know if you saw any of the highlights. A lot of bad calls, especially on the Springer.
I saw Carlos Narvaez. I saw Chapman close
Springer.
it out. What happened with Springer?
He hit a liner, one bounce in front of the bag, went over the third base bag. It was clearly in play because it was over the bag. He called it foul. Bases were loaded. It would have changed the game. But you know what? Baseball's like that.
That's
you get
baseball,
calls
Susan. Yep.
You gotta, wherever the cookie crumbles, that's the way it goes. But I just want to say one thing, okay? Because I love a couple of those guys. I like Ben Rice. Ben Rice is an unbelievable player, unbelievable ad for that team. But Volpe. I owe him chicken cacciatore. I owe him bolognese. I owe him Alfredo because he stole that base tonight. He came on. Okay, the ball sailed like 90 feet over the catcher's head. But you know what? People are always down on him. But I'll tell you one thing. In Toronto, they're dying because their shortstop, who everyone thought was the greatest shortstop, well, he's injured. But Volpe seems to be coming back, right? And he's got those. I don't know if he got to his 20th home run yet, but he's pretty close to 20. So he's pretty close to 20 home runs and 20 stolen bases. Yeah. So guess what, Keith? I don't think there's a team in the league that wouldn't take Volpe tomorrow morning if he was on the trading block. And so to all you guys in New York, be happy you got Volpe. He's a great 24-year-old shortstop that may not be Jeter, but he damn well likes to win. And the team, the way they were talking tonight, they might do some damage. They're not going to quit. They're the Yanks. And, you know, Keith, one other thing. I'm with you with Indiana Jones, as I said last night. You know what? He has that great stat that you quoted that I read about, you know, like he has this unbelievable start to the season. And maybe you're right, you know, with the right coaching, the right lines, anybody can do anything. But I'm still got my money on Volpe, and I will never quit on Volpe. I love that kid, and I love the Yanks. And by the way, you're a great announcer, and that's why I listen to you every night. And to my New York friends, good luck. The teams are coming because the Yanks are going to be in a fight.
Thanks for the call, Timber Tony. Yeah, appreciate the compliment, and I appreciate the, belief in a kid that's 24 years old, that's one of us, a local kid that wants the Yankees to win and wants to be great for the Yankees. And like I said, I can't imagine what it's like to be him. Volpe, he didn't steal a base tonight, but he's got 18 stolen bases, 19 home runs. I think he gets to the 2020 club this week. He is playing. He is contributing. He is helping. He did have 2 big hits that led to 2 big runs in the game. He got on in front of Wells, and then he got on to start the rally in the 9th, and that is positive. This is a guy that was an automatic out. This is a guy that was doing nothing but strike out and look overmatched. His stance has changed. His confidence has changed. That's great. I think it was Jazz who stole a base as I'm looking at the box score. Jazz had a stolen base to put him at 31-31. Jazz is trying to get to a 32-32 season. Jazz was also caught stealing. I don't know. I'll say this about this Yankees team and Aaron Boone, going back to what Tony started the call with. A lot of people wanted Boone fired. We talked about the Boone swoon, and in July you cry, and why do they do this under Boone every year? But they also believe in Aaron Boone, and they also listen to Aaron Boone, and that's why they do keep fighting and pushing every day. And then here we are at the end of the year, and they're able to cram where I might frown upon it because it might not be how I would do it, but they're able to do it. They went through the gauntlet, the final exam. I wanted them to win 8. They won 7. But that was good enough to give them confidence against postseason teams. Now that they're playing the quote-unquote soft spot in the schedule that could be a trap, they're not falling into the trap. That was a trap today. They could have easily fell into that trap. They could have lost 2-1. They were resilient. They found a way in their building. And I'm telling you that, like the way that they won the game for the fans in there, for the fans that got to experience it, go into the clubhouse. Okay, yes, this champagne on ice, these beers, we don't have to tuck them away and wait till tomorrow. It's on tonight. Those things matter. Those things carry. We are less than a week away from the wild card round if we end up in it. We are some 9 days away from a potential division round if we win the division and just skip the wild card and end up there. Those moments matter. A guy like Caballero, I got respect for him. A guy like Caballero probably feels like, hey, I've come in here and I've done some things and, you know, I've won the shortstop job. But no, you haven't won the shortstop job. Anthony Volpe is the shortstop, and they've told you that. But you are going to get some run at shortstop. You're also going to get some run at third base. You might get some run at second base. You might be in the outfield, but you are going to help this team. You are going to be a catalyst. You are going to get put in to pinch run. You are going to get put in situations where you're in the fourth spot, and it comes back around to you, and you have the bat in your hand to walk it off and win the game for the New York Yankees and send the Yankees to the postseason. That's history. That is forever, and you will be remembered. There's more to be done. There's more to do. Keep it going. Going out to L.A., my guy Jonathan in Los Angeles on the Fan in New York.
Yo, it was good, my guy. Damn, bro. I wish I could go to, next week in New York, but damn, man, hopefully they get a dub. Either we win the division or not on the wild card. It is what it is. But let me tell you something, bro. I really hope this team wins the division, not just for the team's sake, for motivation, but also for that damn Blue Jays announcer so he could eat his own words.
Buck Martinez and the Blue Jays.
Yeah,
C-Mac coming up next. I'm sure he's going to talk about these frauds and how close these frauds have actually gotten to blowing their lead in the division.
C-Mac knew it all the way, man. But, hey, man, I love seeing this team win. And like Judd said, he wants all these games, and I really hope they win it all, man. Keith, great show as always. My guy calling tomorrow. Good night, bro.
Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Jonathan out there in L.A., holding it down. I think that's a good segue, Jonathan saying he wished he could come out here for the games. And, sometimes I think we take it for granted because New York is a tough place to live. It's super expensive. It's crowded. It's dirty. It's loud. It's crazy, but it's New York or nowhere. And the Knicks opened up training camp with their media day. And I don't know if you guys follow Josh Hart on Twitter, but Josh Hart is full-blown Yankees Twitter guy. Josh Hart is trolling Mets fans. He's tweeting about the Yankee games. And, his last tweets were, can't wait for playoff baseball. Aren't you excited? And he adds Spider Mitchell, Donovan Mitchell, who was seen in Cleveland, I think, for the game tonight. Or was he? I don't know. Was he in Cleveland? I think I saw Evan Roberts post him. It makes sense that he would be in Cleveland being a Cavalier, and he was on the big screen there. Yeah, as the Guardians, he was at the Guardians game as the Guardians beat the Tigers. And Evan Roberts says, when the Mets needed him the most, I'm not sure what that meant. Like, was he supposed to go to Chicago and watch the Mets game? But anyway, here's what Josh Hart had to say as, media day happens, and now Josh Hart has become part of the fabric of New York. Josh Hart is a relative of Elston Howard, former Yankee. He's been on the field. He's thrown out the first pitch. And like I said, Josh Hart has become part of the fabric of New York City because he's a New York Knick and he plays in a certain style, in a certain way. Here's what he had to say today about playing in New York, the Mecca, and what it means.
Honestly, I just think it's the passion that New York has for sports. Everything is heightened. Everything's better here. With all due respect to other places that I played, it's just, New York, it's the Mecca. And when you have people that really wear their heart on their sleeves and they go out there and they're really passionate about, sporting events, their teams, they come to show love, and that energy is what makes you, feel that difference. It's just, everything's better in New York.
So now here we are in the most wonderful time. We've got Jaxson Dart starting for your New York Giants. The future is now. We'll see who's starting for the Jets at quarterback coming up. See if these football teams can right the ship and get wins. Obviously, we are watching to see if the Yankees can win the division and if the Mets can punch their ticket this week to clinch and get that last wild card spot. And before you know it, preseason basketball, the New York Knicks, the Brooklyn Nets, and even me today. I was over at Prudential Center trying some of the new food offerings, the new pulled pork sandwiches, empanadas, chocolate-covered Rice Krispie treats. And, Devils got a big win tonight. We'll be watching the Devils, Islanders, and Rangers. So keep it locked right here. Here comes C-Mac to take you through the overnight. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
Abdul Carter, I know you're a rookie, but you came in talking like you were the man. You got a quarterback, Pat Mahomes, dead to rights for a sack. Sack him. Don't let him toss a ball 70 yards downfield and get a PI. Oh, and Drew Phillips. Can you play consistently, please?
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, New Yorkers, fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Hey, it's Boomer and Gio. Boomer and Gio is both a radio show and a podcast. You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights. Just open up your favorite podcast app, search Boomer and Gio, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look lip, please. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The home of Yankees radio is WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
The Yankees popping bottles at the stadium Tuesday night. They clinch a playoff spot with a 3-2 walk-off win over the White Sox. Jazz Chisholm Jr. was feeling the energy with the fans of Manuel Barbari.
It's really exciting. It's more exciting that we had a walk-off than we made it to the postseason, it feels like. But for me, I mean, it's only step one. Winning the division is the next step, and then to the World Series is the step after that.
The division is a possibility. The Yankees are now only a game behind the Blue Jays in the AL East. The Jays do own the tiebreaker. The Mets use a Brandon Nimmo 3-run homer to erase what was a 6-1 deficit at Chicago. And for the first time all season, they win a game that they trailed by 5 runs. 9-7 the final at Wrigley. Francisco Alvarez had the go-ahead home run. Nimmo on the Mets sticking with it down early.
I think you just believe in yourselves and you believe that you're never going to give up until the very last out. And, you know, that's what this team does.
Courtesy of Odyssey Mets Radio, the Reds lose to the Pirates and the D-backs walk off the Dodgers. The Mets are a game ahead of both the Reds and D-backs for that final NL wildcard spot. And the Giants are reportedly turning to rookie first-round pick Jaxson Dart at quarterback. Dart will make his first career start against the 3-0 Chargers on Sunday at MetLife Stadium. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
McMonigle here with you on this Wednesday morning. Right here on The Fan. I got you for 3 hours as we take you to the warm-up show. Fleegs on the other side. And taking your calls at 888-808-1019 on this glorious New York baseball Wednesday morning. And boy, did we need it. We needed it. Met fans, you needed it. We're going to start there. Obviously, we'll get to the Jaxson Dart news. Did a lot on it yesterday. Kind of had an idea it was coming. I don't love it, but we're beyond that. He's the new quarterback of the New York Giants, and we will spend plenty of time on it between now and 5 o'clock. But we got to start with the baseball. We'll even get to the Yankees. But last night, who have clinched a playoff spot, always the great night of watching your team soak up the champagne and have it in their eyes and do the interviews. We'll get to that, but, I mean, that's just a great night. It just is as a fan because you ride along with these baseball teams. This is why I love baseball, man. This is why I'm a baseball guy. Baseball's my number one. You ride along with this team every single night. Every night. They play every night. You are with them for 6 months. The ups, the downs, the frustrations from both these teams, right? Yankees are in a better spot. They've already clinched. Mets still need to play well over the next 5 games, but ups and downs, miserable stretches, great stretches, times you think they can't beat anybody, times they can't lose. It just, throughout the whole year, the summer, out by the pool, whatever, you're with them every single day. So when you get a chance to celebrate, you take it. And last night, there was no champagne necessarily spilled in Chicago, but it was a night for celebration on some level. Nothing is done yet. The Mets still have to play well. They have 5 games left, and they have it back. Control of their destiny is back with the New York Mets. And the question is, can this be it? Can this finally be the moment, the game, the signature moment that this team can build off of? And yeah, it comes with 5 games left, but there's an opportunity still to be had to make it that signature win, to make it that signature game, because there have been moments throughout this year, right? The big winning streak off of the David Wright day where you thought, okay, they found themselves, and then boom, right back into the toilet. There have been moments where you thought this team was going to do what we all expected it to do and find a way to be, at the very minimum, one of the 6 playoff teams that will enter the postseason for the National League, at the bare minimum, if not a dominant baseball team. And last night, to go through the gamut of emotions and the ups and downs, it was the Mets season in one evening. It was a baseball season in one game. As we're watching it, we're getting pumped for it. You know what's going on in Pittsburgh. I tweeted it out, 4-0 Pittsburgh before the game even gets started. Did I say in Pittsburgh? I think it's in Cincinnati. It doesn't matter. You get it. Cincinnati versus Pittsburgh. It's 4-0 where we're scoreboard watching. The Mets get off to a start that has been their calling card really all of last year. And I remember doing a Saturday show talking about how I was frustrated that the Mets couldn't build any momentum off of Lindor's solo home runs. This is a huge 6-game stretch to make sure they get into the postseason. They're tied for that final spot. They know they don't have the tiebreaker against Cincinnati. They have to be a game better with 6 to play. And in this important stretch against the Cubs, he leads off the game. The leader, the man who carried you to the postseason last year, leads off the game with a home run to set the tone. And when that happened, in that moment, I was supremely confident that the Mets were about to have a really big win. He hits that home run off a pitcher that's been as good as anybody, better than anybody, since the All-Star break. He's been dominant. You haven't seen the likes of it. I think they put up a thing, 1933 was the last time someone has had an ERA this low for an entire second half as Horton's been dominant. You get that solo home run, and you just feel like they needed that. They needed that moment just to settle in. And you felt like, all right, that's a big tone setter. It's already 4-0 Pittsburgh in the Cincinnati game, and away we go. And then David Peterson comes and craps all over it, as he was awful in this game. And he continues to be awful since, the beginning of August. He is now unpitchable. And we will find out what happens here, and we'll have a discussion on this as we go through at 888-808-1019. What do the Mets do from here? Because obviously last night's a great win. They need more. They're not done with last night. What does this rotation look like moving forward? Can you pitch Peterson again? Do you put him in the bullpen? In any of these big games, can you see Peterson on the mound at all? Who pitches Sunday now for the New York Mets? How do they establish this rotation? Forget once they get in, if they get in. What do they do now for the next 5 games? As we'll see Tong, we'll see McClain, who's been moved up. But the back end of that Miami series, I don't know what they're going to do. Because Peterson, again last night, is just absolutely brutal and can't get through the second inning. And he is just, I mean, you could just tell from the jump that this was not his night. I mean, you could tell from the jump that this was going to be an issue for Peterson as he gives up 2 in the second and 2 in the first, 3 in the second. And it just was so demoralizing to fall behind 5-1 after that home run. And you figured here, here are the Mets. They can't do anything right. They can't build off of anything. That home run is meaningless. A home run that last year would have guaranteed a victory. A home run from Lindor to lead off the game was the signature calling card of big wins for the Mets last year. And they're down 5-1 off of that home run. And you just figure away. It doesn't matter what's going on in Cincinnati because the Mets are incapable. The Mets are incapable. And then what really becomes, for me, the story of this game for the New York Mets is taking advantage. They took advantage of every break they got in this game. They took advantage in every moment when they had to get back into the game. You get Horton out of the game. I find out now that he's got a back issue. But in the moment, you figure, and they're just taking him out because they've clinched their spot. They're getting ready for the postseason. They don't want to throw him a lot of pitches. But he comes out, I guess, with a back issue. And right then and there, you're like, okay, look, now they've got a bullpen game. This pitcher's out of the game. You got to try and get back in it. And what do? They come through in the fifth inning, and they get an enormous error on what should have been an easy inning-ending double play to keep it 5-1. To keep it 6-1, rather, after the terrible defense. And we'll get to Juan Soto losing it in the outfield. We'll get to Jeff McNeil's horrendous throws. The second one, I put a little bit on Pete. I felt like he extended out with his leg and his glove too early in a direction he assumed the throw would come. And it wasn't all that far off the bag, but still not a great throw from McNeil. So you're watching a game where the starting pitcher, again, David Peterson, has absolutely nothing. Then the Mets kick the ball around, can't make a play in right field. McNeil's throwing the ball all over the place, leads to an extra run. You're down 6-1. The Mets have not come back from a 5-run deficit all year long. They have not won and still have not after trailing after 8, and they have not won all year when trailing by 5 runs. And they catch the break of all breaks with an easy ground ball double play that is botched by Dansby Swanson. And from that moment on, the Mets showed up and took advantage of every single opportunity they had. And that spins that entire inning around. You get the ground ball from Lindor that gives you the 1 run. You get the walk from Soto, and then Pete Alonso comes up with an opportunity to make it a 1-run game and hits an absolute missile off the ivy, and you're thinking, oh, my God, this game should be down a run. Instead, now it's still only 6-3. I thought that ball was out off the bat. Oh, that's not enough. You're figuring like you're going to come up small in that inning, even though you've now scored a couple and you feel better about it. It's still, you were hoping for that big moment. And then the man who was miserable on Saturday and Sunday, the guy who could have given you a win with a fly ball on Saturday, Nimmo, who left 1 million runners on in the last 2 losses against Washington, comes through. They bring in the lefty to face him, and he hits what right now, I know Alvarez will get to the big at bat later, but that home run, that 3-run shot in that 5th inning to tie the game, that home run from Nimmo is the signature moment of the season right now. That was an enormous home run, and it was a high, majestic, off the bat gone home run from Nimmo that absolutely changes this game. Everything else we'll get to, obviously, big home run from Alvarez, but that Nimmo home run off of Pete not going out, Pete hitting it off the top of the wall and feeling like, oh, man, you're going to come up just short. That moment would have changed the game. That moment gets them back in the game. 6-3, probably not good enough, but that moment, oh, man, if that one just went over the fence. And instead, Nimmo erases that with a bomb of a home run that nobody, my man Fleegs on the other side, nobody saw coming from Nimmo, who's been just a waste over the last week in every big spot. We're talking yesterday about changing the core. Does Nimmo have to be on this team anymore? And he comes through with an enormous home run to tie the game. An enormous home run. And then the bullpen comes in and pretty much does its job. Brazoban comes in right after Peterson and does a really good job, pitches more than Peterson, ends up giving up a run, right, just because of the errors from McNeil. But he came in and stabilized it. The bullpen did a really good job. Rogers comes in, gives up a base hit to tie the game after you get the base hit from Lindor to give you the lead. That was kind of frustrating, and you're feeling like, well, now it's a tie game late. I don't know where else they're going in this bullpen. They bring in Brooks Raley. He strikes out PCA for a really big at-bat there. The bullpen comes in, it does its job, and then you get to the Alvarez home run. I mean, in that moment, to hit that bomb of a home run, after having, let's be honest now, we could talk a lot about Alvarez, and he has been just bad this year for the most part, to the point where he gets sent down. He's a tough son of a gun. He's dealt with a lot of injuries this year, no doubt, but he's been, for lack of a better term, bad this year. Sent down earlier in the season. A lot of people, screaming for the backup because he throws out runners better, and Alvarez isn't giving you enough offensively. Well, let's be fair here. We have seen him have big at-bats before in the past, and over the last couple games, he hits one out that gets taken back against Washington that would have tied the game in the 9th, and he hits an absolute missile here in the 8th to give you a 2-run lead and set up bringing in the best closer in baseball this side of Chapman this year, one of the more reliable relievers in baseball, and Diaz to come in and give you a dominant 2 innings in the 8th and 9th where he strikes out 5 of the 6 batters he faces. That is an enormous win. That home run is an enormous home run to get it from a guy who has shown you the ability to come through clutch. And if not for an incredible defensive play, we're talking about in the last 2 games, late home runs to either tie or give you the lead. And look, there's issues with him. He's not great at throwing out runners. They had 2 stolen bases where it looked like he was more concerned with framing the pitch than attempting to throw out runners in the first inning. So, we get it. There are issues defensively and offensively. Well, it wasn't too long ago we were talking about him having the worst at-bat we've ever seen. So it comes and goes. And in this game, he hits into the double play that should have been and ends up breaking the game open and changing everything with the Dansby-Swanson era. He had his fingerprints all over this game, and that home run was enormous. That is such a big clutch home run because you don't know where the bullpen's going. Right? You don't know what else you have there. If you can't get a lead there, you're probably not going to Diaz in the 8th, rather. You're not going to give him the opportunity. You're not going to make him throw 2 innings in a tie game. That home run changes the complexion of the 8th and 9th inning completely. Completely. The longer you go tied, the less likely it is the Mets pull off this victory. Just one of those signature wins by far. The best win of the season for the Mets. It's not even close. I can't even think of a second. They've had some nice wins over the course of this season. That one is the first one where it's a major comeback. All the circumstances and everything set up for it. How important it is the last handful of games of the year. Everything about that game screams that should be the turning point of this season. And it sucks that it has to take place with only 6 games left, but that has to be the win. That has to be the win that leads you over the next 5 games to get into the postseason, and then anything can happen. If they fall on their face from this point on, after watching Cincinnati lose a game to Pittsburgh, the Diamondbacks did walk off the Dodgers, so they're not out of the picture yet. But right now, the Mets have it in control again. After all that we went through 2 days ago and losing that series to Washington and losing the ability to control their own destiny, it's back the next night. They can't relinquish it again. They have to go out there, and they're throwing 2 of their young studs over the next 2 days. They've got to figure out a way to get into the postseason, and you can't crap the bed after this win. This has got to be the signature moment. And I know Met fans, Fleegs was talking to me yesterday. I heard Met fans say it'll be just like the Mets to have a really nice series in Chicago and then blow it in Miami. That can't happen. And it's back. They have every opportunity. They don't need any help from anyone. And we're going to have to get into it at 888-808-1019, where they go with this rotation. If you're not pitching Peterson, which I don't know how you can, how do you manipulate this rotation down the stretch these last 5 games? Do you keep the piggyback of Manaea and Clay Holmes? Do you break it up? Sanga, who threw a bullpen after a miserable start in the AAA and said he wasn't ready to come up. He's throwing a bullpen. Do you bring him up to start this game on Sunday? Well, what do you do to get through the next 5 games? Because that win has to stick. That win has to stick. That's a huge performance from the New York Mets. To get off the deck like that and take advantage of every mishap, every mistake the Cubs gave you. The pitcher comes out of the game. The big double play that should have been was an error from Dansby Swanson, and it breaks. They come back and get 5 runs in that inning to tie the game. Like the Alvarez home run, all of it. That has got to be the signature moment of the season, and hopefully it is. And then you get to the Yankees, and we'll get to them next at 888-808-1019. They clinch off a walk-off against the White Sox. Big moment for Caballero with the big hit. Volpe, 2 hits in the game, including the one in the 9th, and really, he's the reason the game is tied. He gets a big hit. Wells follows with a hit, and after the double play, he's at third, and he scores on the wild pitch. And then Caballero sends the Yankees home happy. Celebration. And let me just say this again, because I want to make it clear, especially Yankee fans. Because I heard Keith again with the roller coaster. He's off the roller coaster. He's on the roller coaster. You're always on the roller coaster. Always. You don't get off. And let me just say this to Yankee fans. Appreciate last night. Enjoy last night. Like I said, you're with this team for 6 months. Don't get hung up on it's only the wild card. They shouldn't be celebrating. This is too much. They still have stuff to do. All that matters is the World Series. We know that all that matters is the World Series. We know that. And I understand this team went through a miserable stretch. They had a 7-game division lead. They blew it. They were terrible through June and July. They made you want to gouge your eyes out. They came within this close, a half a game, of being in the position where the Mets were, where they were on the outside looking in to the postseason, which would have been inexcusable. But they have had the best record in baseball for the last month and a half. They're getting hot at the right time, and you have rode with this team all year long. They play 162, and we're there every night. And as much as they make you crazy, and as much as you might hate Brian Cashman or Aaron Boone or Hal Steinbrenner or everybody else where this fan base has become toxic and hates the team, I get it. They give you reasons to be frustrated with them. But don't not enjoy last night because you're mad. You don't think Aaron Boone will ever win anything. Or don't not enjoy last night because Brian Cashman's been here for 10 years too long, and if George were around, this whole thing would be different. Enjoy last night. Enjoy the idea this is the 60th time in this franchise's history, and let's get ready for a wild card series or a division series because the frauds are almost ready to blow it. We'll get to it. We'll get to it all, but enjoy last night. Enjoy the champagne. Enjoy watching your team celebrate. It's too long of a season not to. It's not easy, as the Mets are proving. And any chance you get to celebrate with your team and enjoy the champagne and watch them celebrate after watching them battle through 160 games here, enjoy it. Don't be the kind of fan that, who cares? They'll blow it in the playoffs. I don't only care about championships. Great. Hang it in the banner. Clinch the 3rd wild card in late September. Fantastic. Don't be that guy. Enjoy it. Because there was a moment where we weren't so sure we were going to get it. 888-808-1019. So a big night of baseball. We will get to Jaxson Dart, the future and present quarterback of the New York Giants. The coach makes the switch. And I still don't know how I feel about it, but I did hear something on the Fan today with the afternoon drive show that made me feel a little bit better about it. So we'll get to that. Obviously, we'll get to the Mets and Yankees, their positioning, what the Mets are going to do with this rotation moving down the stretch, and can the Yankees actually win this division with Max Fried on the mound later tonight against Chicago, while Boston, who took care of Game 1 in Toronto, is throwing their ace, Garrett Crochet, against Max Scherzer later tonight. Could the Yankees find themselves tied in the division? And yes, Toronto has the advantage. We know that. They have the tiebreaker. But are we less than 24 hours away from seeing the Yankees and Blue Jays tied in this division? Very well could be. 888-808-1019. We'll get to Cleveland taking care of business in Detroit, home against Detroit, and their free fall. There is so much going on in baseball. This is the greatest time of year. Of course, I mean, our football teams are 0-3, but we got a quarterback change. We got playoff baseball practically last night in Chicago, and we got the Yankees clinching a playoff berth and getting ready to overtake the frauds. One hell of a Wednesday. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Your call's next as we take it at 5 o'clock right here on The Fan.
It's the Yankees and White Sox, 7:05 tonight, driven by Jeep.
For one pitch, swing on a high fly ball. Deep center field, and that ball on cue is out of the ballpark.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Whether you're heading out on a road trip or planning a weekend escape, make every mile unforgettable in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. From sporty SUVs and timeless sedans to cutting-edge hybrids, their expert team will help you find the perfect fit. Mercedes-Benz of Edison has over 400 new and certified pre-owned vehicles to choose from. And with flexible lease and finance offers, getting behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways.
Put together an emergency kit with WipeWall. Create a family communication plan with your Dita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Looking for the best waste removal on Long Island? Maggio Environmental is your partner in recycling for zero waste. From commercial recycling to full-scale construction projects, we handle it all. Lead reports, trash, and everything in between. With state-of-the-art recycling facilities and service within 24 hours, including convenient roll-off containers, we make waste removal simple, efficient, and eco-friendly. Maggio Environmental. From the ground up, we've got you covered. Call or visit MaggioEnvironmental.com today. It's officially Ryder Cup week, and our friends over at Flag and Anthem have the best officially licensed Ryder Cup gear on the market. From polos to vests to quarter zips and hoodies, every piece is built with premium performance fabrics for all-day comfort. Shop online at flagandanthem.com. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 2:30. McMonigle here with you on The Fan on a great morning. Feeling good. Baseball's, I had all 3 televisions baseball. I had the computer baseball, watching Cleveland and Detroit and Scooball. And what happened with that game, as they are now in the wild card. I mean, unbelievable how this American League playoff picture has kind of unfolded here. A month ago, like a month and a week ago, they were up 12 games. 2 months ago, they were up 15 games on Cleveland. I think the highest the division ever got was 12.5, but it was over Kansas City. They were 15 games up on Cleveland. Cleveland just overtook them because they have the tiebreaker. They're tied. And Cleveland currently sits in the division spot. And the Detroit Tigers are currently the 3rd wild card, a game up on the Houston Astros, who just lost their 4th in a row and their first of the series against the A's. I mean, it is unbelievable how it is falling apart for these teams. Can you imagine if the Tigers find themselves out of the playoffs after all this? It's crazy. The Reds have an opportunity against the Pittsburgh Pirates to, continue to have this lead against the Mets. They come out first, was it the 2nd inning, 4 runs. They only get 2 back, can't do enough. Houston needs these games like they need air. Losing to the lousy A's. I mean, it is fascinating. So right now the Yankees have clinched the playoff spot. They are 3 games up in the loss column over the 2nd wild card Boston Red Sox, who are a game up over Detroit, who are a game up over Houston. And last night, the Yankees clinched, and I know I'm getting in the chat, which, by the way, you could stream the show right on YouTube, WFAN. Go to the WFAN YouTube page, click on the live link, and there I'll be. They're all like, the Yankees clinch and we're opening Mets. Yeah, look, the Mets are on life support, man. The Yankees were going to clinch. And, yeah, we could talk about the division. They haven't overtaken the division. They are still a game back. But they have a excellent chance, and that would be something. We could talk about it, and we'll get to the Yankees. But for me, last night is about the New York Mets and that victory. Last night is about retaking their own destiny in their hands. And that win being down 6-1, because look, that game, think about the way that game started. You get the home run from Lindor, you're feeling all good about it. Lindor leadoff home run is a signature calling card of wins over the last year for the New York Mets. And then Peterson spits the bit. They play miserable defense. Juan Soto loses a ball. I know it was windy. I don't necessarily think it was the wind. I think he looked at the fence and then lost the ball. And maybe it's because the wind blew it a little bit. I think that's fair. But it wasn't just like, the ball was everywhere. You could see him. He turned back to look where the wall was. He put his hand out, turned his head to see where the wall was. And when he turned back for the ball, it was somewhere where he wasn't expecting it. And that's a brutal play. Juan Soto's got to make the play. Bottom line, Juan Soto's got to make that catch. Yankees have one of those of their own. But Juan Soto's got to make that catch. Not to harp on it, but he's got to make the play. And then McNeil's kicking the ball around. They're down 6-1. And they went to the bullpen in the second inning. And you're just figuring, forget this. Another miserable night, another disastrous loss. And then the Chicago Cubs gave them that opening. And that's what typically good teams do. The thing about this Met win is what they really haven't done all that much. Even down 5 runs, Dansby Swanson gives them that little bit. Instead of ending the inning with a double play, he opens the door just a little bit. And they absolutely kick it down, and the game is tied at the end of that inning. That is a huge inning. That is a huge home run. That's a big at-bat from Pete Alonso. It's a big at-bat from Juan Soto, and it's an enormous home run from Brandon Nimmo, who was terrible in the Washington series, cost them a game with the opportunity, just put the ball in play. And he strikes out on a pitch outside the strike zone. And instead, today, he comes through with a mammoth 3-run shot. And then they take the lead on a base hit from Lindor, 7-6. And they promptly below that as Rogers comes in and gives up a couple hits, including a bullet up the middle, and ties the game at 7. And from that point, you figure, man, the bullpen game, they have no one. They're in the bullpen in the second inning. Brazoban did him a good job and got him to the 5th. But where are you going here? Where are you going here? You went through Stanek. Now you've gone through Scott. They go to Raley, and he does a great job striking out Pete Crow Armstrong. But still, at that point, if they don't take the lead in the 8th, where's this bullpen going? What confidence do you have getting into a bullpen match with this Chicago Cubs team? And an offense that has had trouble tacking on. Even though they scored the big 5 runs in the 5th, this offense has not been the offense that continue. Like, they get that big inning, and then they don't do anything. That has been the calling card of this offense all year long. And then instead, you get that enormous home run from Alvarez, and then it's the no-brainer. They still got to win a lot of games, but you had to win this one. So you go to Diaz for 2. I think he only throws 27 pitches. It's a dominant 2 innings. He gets 5 strikeouts. And right now you've set yourself up where, now it's vice versa. All the scenarios we went through yesterday about, well, if the Cubs go 4-2, they're going to have to go 5-1. If they go 4-2, now it's the other. Now shoe is on the other foot. They're going to have to play a game better than the Mets. The Mets go 4-1 the rest of the way. They got to go undefeated. They are back in the driver's seat. That was an enormous game, huge game. The Yankees were going to clinch, right? The Yankees were going to clinch. But if they lost that game last night, you could forget the division. They needed that win for the division. That's really what it is. That win last night kept them alive for the division. You knew they were going to clinch. I'm not overly concerned about losing out to the Red Sox. That's 3 games up in the loss column. It would have been 2 if they had lost the game. I still would be supremely confident that the Yankees would have won the final wild card, the top wild card spot. Last night was about one thing and one thing only for the New York Yankees. Clinching and getting in, obviously. But more importantly, it keeps them alive inside the division along with the Blue Jays loss. That's what last night was about. Last night was about saving the Mets season, and for the Yankees, it was about keeping divisional hopes alive while we all knew they were going to clinch. But it was a good come-from-behind victory, the ninth inning, after falling behind 2-1 to the White Sox and going, meekly kind of through those mid-innings. Big double play by Aaron Judge in the seventh, big double play in the ninth that you thought ruined their chances of winning the game, and yet they still get off the deck, find a way to win. Was it gifted to them in a wild pitch? Absolutely. But then Gabby's got to come through and get that base hit. Same thing as the Mets. They were given an opportunity, and they took care of it. And that's what you like from good teams. Good teams do that. Good teams take an opportunity and run with it. But very nice win. It's always nice to see the Yankees celebrate. We'll get to it. And yes, the New York Yankees are one game away from tying. They're 2 games behind. But I just want to preface this because all the crap, all the people who hate the Yankees, all the people who call me shill, all the people who hate this one and hate that one, and I can't tell you, I wish I had the time or the energy to go through all of my tweets and clap back at everybody who constantly tweeted me all June that this team wasn't going to make the playoffs, that this team stinks, that this team is going nowhere, that this team is dead, that they're going to lose the wild card, they're going to be under 500, they're a disaster, it's an embarrassment, this, that, and the other. They are literally 2 games away playing the White Sox and the Orioles, while the Blue Jays are playing the Boston Red Sox and Garrett Crochet. They are 2 games away from not only being the top seed in the wild card, not only winning their division, but being the 1 seed in the American League playoffs yet again. Losing Juan Soto, having to plan and pivot to a plan B, and going to get Max Fried and going to get, Bellinger, getting Paul Goldschmidt at first base, the plan B that I mocked all offseason and how I hated it. They lose Juan Soto, have to pivot to plan B, lose their ace, Garrett Cole, to Tommy John before the season started, and right now they are 2 games away from being the 1 seed yet again in the American League playoffs. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls. Tom in Valley Stream. What's up, Tom?
Hey, Chris, how are you?
I'm doing great. What's going on? How are you?
I don't know if you remember me, but if I said you got to get your potato chips and Yoo-hoo, would that ring a bell?
That would ring a bell. Yes, that's Mr. Ritardo.
Yeah, that's right. I'm his
brother-in-law, right? Yeah, you've called a couple times. Yeah, that was the big thing from my 6th grade teacher. Whenever we would talk about I don't know if if the sun blew up, you got 7 when we would do light, the speed of light or light years, or whatever. Right. And we talked about how the sun, if it blew up, you wouldn't know it for 7 minutes. So, if the news reported that the sun blew up, you'd have 7 minutes to get the lawn furniture, sit outside, get some Yoo-hoo and chips, and watch the world come to an end. That was his big thing. He would always talk about Yoo-hoo and chips.
Anyway, I think you're absolutely right about the Mets. If this doesn't propel them, then they don't.
Listen, then it's over, right? So it either propels them or the season's over. And I know I've been saying it for a month. I've been saying it for less than that, maybe, because it was less in jeopardy. I've been saying it for 2 weeks. Let's just say I think the Mets are going to the playoffs. I've said it the whole time. I don't trust the Reds. I don't trust the Diamondbacks. I know the Mets. It's hard to trust them too. But I've been saying it pretty consistently. I have faith. I was doing opens while others are trying to panic and figure out how the Mets are going to make it. I'm doing opens talking about setting up the Mets playoff rotation. I've always felt like they're going to the playoffs. I feel like they're going to the playoffs now. The Mets are going to the postseason. And this is going to be the win that propels them.
The good thing for the Mets about playing the Cubs is the Cubs are in. So, and I don't think that can they change position?
Yes, they are only 2 games in the loss column ahead of the San Diego Padres for that second wild card, which is significant because it's home and road. So, yeah, the Cubs, plus they're on a 5-game losing streak. Nobody wants to go into the postseason losing like this. So, right. The Mets, the Cubs still have something to play for. Absolutely, they still do.
Okay, well, and the other point you made about Peterson, he cannot pitch the rest of the year.
No, I can't see him pitching. I just can't. Not even out of the bullpen.
Yeah, I think he's spent.
Yeah.
He's pitched more innings this year than he's ever had, and I think he's spent.
Yeah, I think he's hit a wall too. And that's not to say that he can't be a part of the team next year. I don't know if I just hand him a rotation spot next year. You're going to have the 3 young kids in it. You're going to still have Manaea under contract. You're going to have Senga under contract. I'm not saying that Peterson should just be given a role next year or given a piece of the rotation next year, but I'm not ruling it out either. Like, I don't think there's any reason to think that Peterson can't bounce back and be better next year. But right now, he has been one of, if not the worst starting pitchers in baseball who continue to get the baseball every 5 days since August. His ERA is over 7. You can't be worse. And he gave them no chance last night. No chance. He wasn't fooling anyone. I think he got one swing and miss. He was getting pounded. This isn't one of those games where it's like, oh, man, that, the ball hit the base, or, went off his foot, or, that was a misplay, or, it was a walk and then a dunk single and then an error. Like, no, he wasn't fooling anyone. I don't know if you could pitch him again, even out of the bullpen. I mean, you put him in the playoff roster, if they make the playoffs, you put him in the playoff roster and pitch him in mop-up duty, or, you get into an extra inning game where you're forced to, you've gone through Raley and you're looking for a left-handed out and you just want to see if Peterson can get you one out or something. Maybe. But, I don't have any more confidence starting him. And that begs the question, what do the Mets do on Sunday? If you need that game on Sunday, I don't know what you do. I don't know what this rotation. The next, you got Tong and McLean over the next 2 days. Right? So that takes care of Thursday and Friday. Saturday, I guess, is the piggyback situation between Manaea and Clay Holmes. And then I don't know what you do on Sunday. I don't know if you bring up Senga to make that start. I don't know if you let Peterson make that start again. If you need the game, how do you do that? Bullpen game? Do you break up the piggyback situation on Saturday and start one of them Saturday and one of them Sunday? I don't know. It's going to be fascinating. Mello in Orange County. What's up, Mello?
What up, C-Mac? Thank you for taking my call, buddy.
You got it, buddy. What's going on?
Quick thing I wanted to say. Today's a cause for celebration. Us as Yankee fans, we made the playoffs.
Absolutely.
You got to be in it to win. You got to be in it to win it, right?
That's absolutely true.
That is a fact. So my thing is the matchups that I'm looking at. Yeah. Boston doesn't scare me. The Guardians don't scare me. Detroit doesn't scare me. However, Toronto seems to have our number this year. We've lost a lot of games to them.
Well, I mean, pretty much the same thing to Boston. They've lost a lot of games to Boston this year.
Right, and the Mariners seem like they're due. Eventually, somebody has to win, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the path to success here seems to be we got to take out these easy teams, and let's say we catch Toronto, or we win the division. That might be the easier way out because we just got to win 2 series instead of 3 now.
Well, of course. I don't think there's any doubt. Now, if you told me, because I have a couple callers who disagree with this, and there is some evidence in a short sample size, a small sample size, over the last couple of years, that you do benefit. You do benefit from winning your wild card series, and that sometimes the long layoff can hurt teams with the bye. If I knew the Yankees were going to win the wild card series, I knew with a certainty, you could make the debate whether or not you'd rather be the wild card team or the division, because I do think the layoff hinders teams a little bit. But you can't guarantee you're going to win that series. I'm not taking my chances. Absolutely. Move me right on to the DS. I'll take my chances that they cool off during the bye. I'd much rather not have to win 2 more games. I'd rather win less games. So, of course they want to win the division.
Okay. Now, my thing is, and I'll let you go here because I know you got other callers.
Yeah.
Who do you think is the biggest who should we be scared of? I don't like the Toronto matchup. I am definitely afraid of the Toronto matchup.
I'm not. Who's their starting pitching right now? Berrios has been moved to the bullpen. They just, what's his name, just got hurt.
Their hitters don't match up with our pitchers. Vladdy kills us.
Yeah, I know.
Bichette's going to play up eventually. And
is he going to come back? I don't know. I'm not worried about the Blue Jays either. I'll be totally honest with you. I'm not worried about the Blue Jays. I'm not worried about anyone. I'm worried about the Yankees. Plain and simple. I think the Yankees are the best team. If the Yankees play their best version of baseball, they will win. That's how I feel. Now, if you're asking me who are the worst matchups, if I have to pick one, sure, I agree with you. I think it's the Boston Red Sox. They scare me the most, I suppose. They've played well against the Yankees. They're very comfortable with the Yankees. The manager's very comfortable with the Yankees. They know the Yankees very well. They haven't hit Crochet or really Bello. I know they beat Bello the last time out, but he's had great numbers against Judge. He's had great numbers against the Yankees. Now, if they're battling here, I don't know how they might need to throw Crochet. I think they'll be okay. I think they're going to be locked into at least a playoff spot with no hope of, surpassing the Yankees for the top wild card spot. So I doubt they throw Crochet, but that scares me. Crochet and Bello game 1 and 2 in a wild card series, and particularly because it would be a wild card series, that makes me nervous. I would love to avoid, and that's why I thought this, and we talked about it yesterday, the matchup of the Toronto Blue Jays and the Boston Red Sox and who to root for as a Yankee fan, I found interesting because I want one of two things to happen. I want to win the division first and foremost, obviously. And second, if I could pick the second thing I want to have happen, it's avoid the Red Sox in the wild card. And again, not that they can't beat the Red Sox, not that I'm overly afraid of the Red Sox or that I go in thinking they can't win that series. I would still think they will win that series. But as opposed to the free fall Tigers, the lousy old Houston Astros, or a Cleveland team that they beat like a drum consistently, out of those are the options that I would play in a wild card series, I would choose the Red Sox as the most dangerous of those teams. So I want one of two things. I want to either win the division or I want to avoid the Boston Red Sox. So when you look at that, and you look at the series, which one are you rooting for? And so I think John Boy said it. I said it yesterday too. To me, whoever wins game 1, I'm rooting for the sweep. So now I'm rooting for the Boston Red Sox to sweep. Certainly after this game, now that we're only a game back, you have to root for Boston. And you hope to catch and win the division. That's where we are. But heading into it, I wouldn't have been all that it would have been one or the other. If the Boston Red Sox would have won this game last night, I probably would have if the Toronto Blue Jays had won last night, I probably would root for the Blue Jays to sweep the Red Sox and knock them out of the second wild card. And I'll take on the lousy Tigers, who have one pitcher who they might have to throw at the end of the season, either just to hang on or to try and win a division against Cleveland. So I don't know. Val in the Bronx. What's up, Val?
Brother Mac, what's going on this morning? How you doing,
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm all right. I was trying to get a hold of you yesterday, but my headphones were messing up. Because I wanted to answer that question you were talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
And now with today's events, it kind of I really want to ask the question. And so if we manage to win a division, right, that just means that Toronto and Boston drop down a slot each. And so in a funny kind of way, it could end up that instead of us having a path that goes through both Toronto and Boston, we could have a path that just goes through one of them if the two of them end up, having to play each other, right?
Correct. That's the most likely scenario. If the Yankees catch the Blue Jays, then it probably would be them in the 4-5, and the Yankees would be waiting for the winner of that series.
Then I want the division. I really want it now. I was kind of lukewarm. I didn't care.
Why would you be lukewarm on winning the division?
Because you know what? The way that things have been going towards the end right now, and this kind of energy and kind of vigor that they have, you worry as much as the first, that wild card series is a dangerous kind of thing, it kind of keeps you hot, But at the same time, if I could get rid of one of the two above,
You're afraid of the layoff. You're afraid of not playing until Saturday.
Not so much afraid of it, but they are in such a rhythm right now. It's like any button he puts. Because I actually thought that Boone was going to do that thing he did last year when he started, and he's kind of had the opportunity to do it now, just pulling people in to pinch it or to make a defensive replacement. But he was going to do that. I was scared that he was going to do that thing to kind of keep everybody hot. Because last week when he did those two games and we had the lineups with Caballero and Volpe and Rosario on the field, when he was doing stuff like that, it was giving me the vibe that he was just trying to keep guy's viable,
Yeah.
so that, if he had to push him later, he could go to it. Now it seems like it's just happening naturally, and he actually is kind of like chasing that division. If they get it, and like I said, it means that all we have to do is play one of those two teams. That actually is a better proposition.
Yeah,
Thanks for taking the call,
you got it, Val. No, of course. Listen, winning the division is a better proposition. And especially with the Yankees, because right now they have the second best record in the American League. If they win the division, they're the 1 seed, and every series would be through Yankee Stadium. And you don't have to worry about the wild card. You watch other people play and don't have to worry about getting knocked out in a 3-game, best of 3. There is no doubt. I don't care who they have to play. I don't care the scenario. I don't care if it would set up where they'd have to play both Boston and Toronto, which, again, is highly unlikely. I don't even think plausible. But whatever the case may be, winning the division is the best. Without question, end it there. There's no prefacing it. There's no saying anything else. Winning the division is what's best, no matter what scenario comes after that. The only thing that scared me about it was, and I don't think the Yankees would do it. In fact, with pitching in the way they're pitching, where they're going to move, they're setting up for the wild card with what they're doing with the starting pitching with Fried and then Rodon. So they're setting up for them to be the first 2 pitchers in the wild card series. My only thought was, if it got to the point where the Yankees just all they had to do was win on Sunday and they win the division, which might be the case. I was afraid of them saying, well, listen, that's such an advantage. Plus, we'd have the days off. We could pitch Max Fried here and try and win the division, and then he'd still be ready for game 1 of the ALDS. And then if you lose that game and lose the division, then you don't have Fried for the wild card series. But I don't think the Yankees are going to do that. I think even if the Yankees need a game for the division, they're going to pitch who they're pitching. It'll be Will Warren. It'll be Cam Schlittler. It'll be whoever they decide to pitch on that Sunday game. I don't think that the Yankees are going to treat it any differently. But that was my only fear. But yeah, as far as playing the winner of the Blue Jays Red Sox series, which, by the way, will be Boston. Because I got to be honest. I've been calling the Jays frauds for a long time. I know no one cares. One, I've been doing it longer than I've been hosting the overnights. This goes back to 2021. I've been calling the Jays frauds for 4 years now. Nobody cares about the Blue Jays because they haven't really been a part of this. They haven't challenged for first place. They haven't won a playoff game, so no one really cared that I was calling them frauds. It never came down to whether or not the Yankees would win first place. And the pushback I have gotten because this Jays team has played well against the Yankees and they do things that baseball fans of a particular age in particular like, right? They don't strike out. They put the ball in play. They do this. They do that. That Jays team, tough team. They do this. They do that. I like those Jays. They're frauds. And I've been saying this for a long time. And if the Yankees overpass them here in the next couple of days and win this division, I get a lot of Met fans hitting me up on Twitter that, because I had the nerve and the audacity to tweet about the Mets last night. I mean, I'm only a New York sports radio host that talks about them every day, open the show with them. But God forbid I open my mouth or my thumbs, rather, and on Twitter and talk about the Mets. I have no right to talk about the Mets. It's absurd. It's absurd how we react, and especially on Twitter. And I know that's not necessarily a good perspective on how the overall fan base feels. But people are afraid I'm going to be obnoxious, right? I listen to Evan, and it's the law firm of Marash, McMonigle, and McPherson, or whatever order you want to put it in. And we're all these Met haters, and I'm the only one who's a fraud about it because I lie and say I don't hate the Mets, blah, blah, blah. And they're all worried that I'm going to dance on the grave of the New York Mets if they fall out of it. And I'll probably have some fun with it. There's no doubt. There was a lot of Big Brother talk. I probably will clap back a little bit. While I fully admit I'm rooting for the Mets. I want them in the playoffs. I want these games to react to. I want to watch playoff baseball and be invested in it. Trust me, that's how I feel. I don't hate the Mets. But sure, to go back at some fans who were in my face after Juan Soto left, sure, I might have some fun. It's going to be nothing compared to the amount of dancing on the frauds' graves that I will do if the Yankees surpass the Blue Jays. I might just sing fraud to open the show instead of instead of Mac the Knife. Like, I am going to be obnoxious. That's going to be the best win of my young career. If they figure out a way to win this division. And then they lose both games in the wild card to the Red Sox, which I promise you they will. And it will be the culmination of the frauds. Take that, Buck Martinez. 888-808-1019. Quick break. McMonigle here with you. Update. We'll come back, continue to take your phone calls on the baseball. We do have to get to Jaxson Dart as the Giants made their final move. The last card to play for Brian Daboll is in place, and Sunday against the Chargers, we will see Jaxson Dart take the field. We'll talk about that, but still take your baseball calls. McMonigle here with you for another 2 hours as we got you until 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on The Fan.
It's Keith McPherson at night on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
No way the Packers lose this game, right? They got guys on their team talking about going undefeated, feeling like they should have been undefeated in years past. How they're this, and they got Micah Parsons now, they're Super Bowl favorites. They were on extra rest because they played Thursday Night Football. Please, laid an egg.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Hey, it's Gio from Boomer and Gio. Join me this Friday to watch all the Ryder Cup action at the Tap Room in Farmingdale. I'll be down there at 1 p.m. and I have some Ryder Cup tickets to give away. Thanks to our friends at Flag and Anthem. Plus, there's great drink specials and golf simulators so you can get into the swing of it. I'll be at the Tap Room in Farmingdale, but there's 8 other locations on Long Island, and they're all celebrating the Ryder Cup with viewing parties, giveaways, and more. Tap Room is where locals go for craft beer, real food, and the best sports atmosphere. Cheer on the USA in the Ryder Cup and find your nearest location at taproomofny.com.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Hey, New Yorkers! Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios Home Internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios. For eligible new Fios Internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Is in the air, and that means spectacular savings at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Lease the versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 all-wheel drive for only $239 per month for 36 months, or choose the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50 all-wheel drive for just $249 per month for 36 months. Prices are falling at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Visit us today for exceptional seasonal offers. Click shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Wake up with Boomer and Gio. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
The Yankees will be playing in October.
Here's the pitch from Wilson. Breaking ball, little looper into center field. Coming on, it drops in front. Here comes Judge around third. The throw not in time. Jose Caballero with the victory for the New York Yankees as they clinch a playoff spot.
Dave Sims is heard here on The Fan. The Yankees rallying for 2 runs in the 9th, and they walk it off against the White Sox 3-2. The Blue Jays lose to the Red Sox, so the Yanks are now within a game of first place in the AL East. Francisco Alvarez providing the Mets' biggest moment of the season.
The pitch, swinging a high fly ball, well hit, left center, throw Armstrong back. It's gonna go, home run! Francisco Alvarez stops and looks into the Mets dugout before he gets to first base. Now he goes into his home run trap. A 2-run homer for Alvarez, and the Mets have regained the lead. It is 9-7 New York.
Howie Rose on Odyssey Mets Radio. Edwin Diaz retired all 6 Cubs he faced for the save. The Mets make up a 5-run deficit to win for the first time this season. 9-7 the final at Wrigley. The Reds lose to the Pirates. D-backs walk off the Dodgers. The Mets lead both the Reds and D-backs by 1 game for that final wild card spot in the National League. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Talk New York sports on WFAN, 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS at Paramount Plus.
All right, 3:07. McMonigle here with you on The Fan on this Wednesday morning, 888-808-1019. We started with the baseball. Huge win from the Mets. A playoff clinching win for the New York Yankees. But there was other news that under normal circumstances would have been the lead. The New York Giants. Your New York Giants. You're 0-3. New York Giants have made the decision. We talked about it all yesterday, and I told you how I feel about it, and I still feel the same way. The fan in me is super excited. The fan in me, the Giant fan in me, is excited for Sunday more than I would have been if Jaxson Dart was not the quarterback. So Jaxson Dart's going to be the quarterback. They've made that decision. Brian Daboll has gone to the young man that he clearly feels is ready. He named him the second-string quarterback early on in the process before games were played. And right now, they're going to go to him in the middle of this, going up against a very good team, against a very difficult defense, and against one of the best head coaches in the NFL. That's where he's going to make his first start at MetLife against the L.A. Chargers. Now, again, the fan in me is pumped. I'm more excited to see Jaxson Dart than I would have been Russell Wilson. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. I am ready for this new era of Giants football and see how it goes. As a fan, I'm excited. But I'm concerned that this is a panic move. I'm concerned this is a decision made because they have nothing else to turn to, because they feel they don't want to have a same kind of toxic environment at MetLife Stadium, that the coach needs to show off this quarterback. Like, I'm just concerned that he's not ready, but they're forcing it. And that's been my concern. And listen, coming out of, he wasn't necessarily a project quarterback the same way that Josh Allen was a project coming out of Wyoming, and no one knew exactly what he was. Talented, strong, fast, but could throw the ball 100 yards. But what was he? Wasn't the same project quarterback that Lamar Jackson kind of was in that same draft class. Wasn't sure he was even going to be a quarterback. People were thinking about drafting him with the thought process of changing positions, and what he was coming out of Louisville. So he's not that kind of project, but coming out of Ole Miss and that Lane Kiffin offense. He was viewed as someone who was going to take some time. He was viewed as someone as one of the quarterbacks in this draft that probably weren't as ready to step into an NFL offense and was going to need some time. And I believe that, and I thought that was a good plan. And I am concerned they're doing this for the wrong reasons. But that no longer matters. My concerns no longer matter. It is time for Jaxson Dart to play, and what makes me feel better is there's no question that the minute he got into camp, the minute he got with the Giants, that notion of him not really being a project and not being ready changed fairly quickly, because he played much better in the preseason than we would have expected. He was named the second-string quarterback, which, again, is not insignificant. You do that for a reason. No one expected him to be the second-string quarterback. That was Jameis Winston. They went out and they signed Jameis Winston. Then they went out and they signed Russell Wilson. And they did it for a reason. I know people are still confused by that. One, you didn't know you were going to get a quarterback in the draft. And two, you can't go into the draft with the obvious nature of needing and desperate for a quarterback. You got to be able to, play the game, and not having a quarterback on the roster makes it impossible to play the game at the NFL draft level. So, free agency happens before the draft. And that's why they brought in Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. And Jameis Winston took a very, team-friendly backup quarterback money deal early on. And then they were able to find room for Russell Wilson. So, I understand why they did it. I still would have stuck with the plan. But Connor Hughes was on with the Afternoon Drive show. And he was talking about, and I had heard this, and again, we'll see how it plays out. But I do feel a little bit better after listening to Connor and some of the other reports here that the New York Giants are doing this at least for somewhat of the right reason, that they honestly believe that he has an opportunity to be the best quarterback in the room right now. And Connor Hughes said on the Afternoon Drive show that if there was an open competition to be the starting quarterback in camp, that he would have won the competition over Russell Wilson. That he outplayed Russell Wilson, that he was surprisingly good, that he soaked up information like a sponge, and that the Giants were pleasantly surprised with how quickly he picked up everything, and that he honestly was the better quarterback in camp. Now, he played more in the preseason games, but he did look better. than Russell Wilson. He looked better than Jameis Winston. He looked like the best quarterback and someone who was ready to play. So that's where I'm at least starting to feel a little bit better about it, that the feeling inside the Giants room is not, hey, we're desperate. The feeling inside this Giant camp isn't necessarily we have to play Jaxson Dart because the season's over, or I have to prove why we drafted him, or I have to do this to save my job. At least I do believe there is a somewhat significant feeling inside this Giant team, whether it be Brian Daboll or Joe Shane or the coaching staff or whoever else, that there is a real belief that this kid is ready and that going into this game, he's the best quarterback on the team. And it's time to make that official. So, look, I get it. I have my concerns about it. I think it's a tough road to hoe. I think after this, yeah, sure, they have the matchup against the Saints, which would give him a better opportunity to win. And, hey, he probably has a better opportunity to win that game against the Saints if he gets his feet wet in the NFL the week before. And maybe some of these rookie mistakes or these opening game jitters that someone would have playing their first NFL game ever, you get them out of the way before going to New Orleans, which is a very winnable game, and you give yourself a better opportunity. But following that is a very difficult 3-week stretch. 4 days later on Thursday Night Football, you're playing the Eagles at home. Then you're flying across the country to go take on Denver and that defense, and then you're coming back to Philadelphia to play the Eagles again in a 3-week stretch. That's a tough 3-week stretch for a rookie quarterback. It just is. And I have my concerns because I want him to get off to a good start and be confident instead of getting his ass kicked by the Eagles twice in 3 weeks and probably having a lousy game in Denver and playing a very difficult game against the Chargers this week. So overall, I think as a fan, we were all ready for this. And typically, this is what you do when you have a dead season. And make no mistake, with the New York Giants and Russell Wilson at the helm and the rest of this roster and in this division, 0-3 is a death sentence. 0-3 is the end of the season. So I'm all on board. I'm bought in. I'm done giving my reasons why I don't like it. There's no point in it. He's going to be the quarterback, and now we just wait and see if he's good enough. And there are things I want to see come Sunday that I didn't see from Russell Wilson, and see if there's an offense. See what the red zone offense looks like under Jaxson Dart. See if he can actually make some throws across the middle. See how mobile he can be. Because I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's not necessarily the situation they're putting him into that makes me nervous. It's the opponent and the idea he didn't get as much time to develop as we thought he might need. But the actual situation he's getting thrown into with the roster he has, I don't think it's the offensive line was not good and got overrun against Washington. I don't think there's any debate on that. They played a miserable game. Russell Wilson had very little time to make a play. They got absolutely run over. Dallas was a completely different story. Now, I know they don't have Micah Parsons, and that pass rush isn't all that great, and their defensive backfield was hurt with Bland being out and whatever else, and their terrible defense. We saw what the Bears did to them. I get it. But I still think the offensive line played well, and now, off of last week, and Andrew Thomas, if Andrew Thomas is playing, and he will, it depends on how many snaps they give him, but Andrew Thomas and Illuminor at tackles, just as far as the edge rushers go and his blind side, I think he's in a good spot with the offensive line. I don't think it's a disaster. Now, again, Schmitz at center is not very good. The interior alignment with Runyon, I'm not overly confident with it, but at least he could. I'm not saying it makes it easy, but at least he sees that coming as far as like getting hurt or getting, blindsided or getting hit unprepared. Like, I think the offensive line is good enough. I think he's got weapons, as I've been saying this entire offseason. I don't think this is a miserable spot for a young rookie to step into. I don't think the offensive line is atrocious. I don't think there's no one to throw the football to. I understand Tracy's down for a few weeks now. They got Cam Scatterboo, who ran the ball really well at running back. It's an impossible defense. The Chargers are very good and have played very good and played very well the first couple of weeks, and they're a dangerous football team. But I don't think he's stepping into some miserable situation that a lot of these first-time rookie quarterbacks step into where there's no one to block for him, there's no one to throw to, there's no running back game necessarily. I think the Giants are in an okay spot. What scares me is he's just not ready. This fan base is going to get on him quickly. if he doesn't perform in this game, because as much as they love him and they'll tolerate him, and by no means would anyone say go back to Russ or bring in Jameis. I think we all understand that he's going to play the rest of the games and we'll just have to live with it. But at the same time, he's associated and connected to Dable and Shane, who right now are toxic with this fan base. That's my concern. My concern is if he gets off to a bad start, the fan base is going to give up on him. My concern is if he gets off to a rough start, what the Giants have been unable to do for the last decade is put their foot in the ground and stop it when it starts to snowball. I don't want to ruin this kid like Daniel Jones was ruined. And I've never had a problem saying Daniel Jones was ruined. Never had a problem. He was ruined. The Giants did him no favors. He just happened to stink as well. But Jaxson Dart is now the quarterback of the New York Giants. Hey, listen, it's something exciting. It's something to sink our teeth into. We get to see the future of the New York Giants, hopefully, starting week number 4. And I do feel better that a lot of the reporters are talking about where it could have been easily week number 1 if they hadn't made promises to Russell Wilson. And if they didn't think he needed just a little bit of grooming, if they didn't think it was a certainty that they were just going to give him some weeks, that he might have been the quarterback week 1, that he's played that well, and that he soaked this up and he knows the offense. Let's go find out. Let's go find out. And if they ever win this football game, season back on. I don't care what anybody says. If Jaxson Dart comes in and wins this game, yeah, I would still feel like playoffs, you can forget it at 1-3, but then they go and take on the Saints 2-3. That's a season, believe it or not. And I do think he probably gives them a better chance to win, especially against this kind of defense. Maybe a defense that's miserable, a defense with a bad, against the Saints, could you argue that Russell Wilson might give him a better chance to win because he's more accomplished? Nothing's going to surprise him. He probably won't make a rookie mistake. He can pick apart a bad defensive backfield. Yeah, probably right. But against against a good defensive team, I don't know if Russell Wilson gives them a better chance to win than Jaxson Dart. So we'll see what happens. I'm excited about it as a fan. I'm concerned about it as a fan as well. I'm concerned and I'm excited. But overall, nothing the Giants have touched in the last 10 years has gone well. Nothing. Nothing they've done, no decision they made is the right one, and I'm terrified they're making another wrong one here by bringing this kid early when I thought he should have waited at least 6-7 games. But we will see. The career of Jaxson Dart starts on Sunday. The future of the New York Giants starts on Sunday. And just saying that statement makes me feel a hell of a lot more excited about Sunday than I would have otherwise. So that's the positive of it. And I do think, and I know it's connected to the coach's job. I think that's probably being overblown because I think they're going to have to win some football games, and we'll see. And, yeah, I mean, if he plays great, one, they'll win football games because good quarterback play wins you football games. And two, yeah, it would speak volumes about this coach who's finally getting his chance to shine. So, but that's what makes me feel like it's forced. That's what concerns me. The idea that we're hanging our hats on the idea that this could save the coach. And I'm sure that it frustrates a lot of fans who don't want to see anything save this coach, but I don't want it for the wrong reasons. But I'm excited. He's got at this point better legs. At this point, probably, more tools to go out there and be successful. And we'll see how it looks on Sunday. But again, it could look really bad. It could look really bad. And as, Slayton talked about, you got to be patient. You got to be patient with this kid. But I don't want to see it. What scares me is 28-3, 3 minutes left in the third quarter. Giants go 3 and out, and he's getting booed running off the field. That's what scares me. That's what scares me because right now the Giant fans are that pissed off at everything New York Giants. That pissed off at the owner, that pissed off at the coach, that pissed off at the GM, that the quarterback could feel the brunt of it even though they're not pissed at him. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Kyle in Westchester. What's up, Kyle?
All right. What's up there, Big Mac?
What's going on there, Kyle?
Hey, what's up there, my man? Before we get to the Giants, I just want to say something. I mean, Aaron Glenn, with that blocked field goal, the way he was moving, he was, high-legged, going down that sideline.
Yep.
I think he could be the first player coach in the NFL. I think he could suit up Monday night.
Yeah, I could see him on the punt team, no doubt.
He was high-stepping, and he was moving down. I mean, it was a great show. They just fell about a couple minutes short there, the Jets.
Yeah.
Now the Giants, listen, put Dart in there. Let's see him. Let him go in there. Let's get some game time. The Giants 0-3. But what are you losing? You're losing nothing.
Well, you're losing him, Kyle. You're losing him if it doesn't go well. That's what I'm concerned about. Because to me, it's not about winning the fourth game. It really isn't, unfortunately. It should be. It really should be, but it's not. It's not about anything other than developing this kid. And there was a plan for it. I believed in the plan. Coming out of Ole Miss, I thought he could have used some time. If this decision is a panic move, then I'm pissed about it. If this decision is honestly that they think this is the best thing for the team, that he's a better option than Russell Wilson, and not only can you bring him up and start to develop him, but he also gives you the best chance to win, if that's literally where they're coming from, and it sounds like from Connor Hughes and others that kind of is where the Giants coming from, then I feel better about it. But again, everything they touch turns to crap. So it's hard to have a lot of faith. Paul in Buffalo. What's up, Paul?
C-Mac, every night's a good night to be a Yankee fan.
That is true.
Tonight is as well. You know why tonight is? Because the circle of trust for the bullpen right now, C-Mac, is just wide open. Everybody is in it. Hill has been restored. Even Cruz, who was going out of my circle of trust, is back in it. Devin Williams is striking people out like you wouldn't believe. Mm-hmm. And the Dreamweaver was good last night. C-Mac, everybody is ready to throw it from our bullpen.
Yeah, you're a lot more. I'm pretty confident there, Paul. If you know me, I'm pretty damn confident. I think even you have me beat on the confidence level of this bullpen. That's without question still the scariest part of this team.
C-Mac, when you root for a great franchise like the Yankees, you should always be confident. Because everybody who's a Yankee fan, you probably also have one garbage team. You just talked about your garbage team.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt.
I've got my garbage Buffalo Sabres. The Yankees make me feel good because I know I can count on them, and they're going to come through. And they're going to go through the AL like a hot knife through butter this year, C-Mac. I don't fear any of these teams.
Well, I don't fear any of them either. Now, I fear the Yankees, and I fear the bullpen. But you're right. I've said the same thing forever. This is what gets me trouble. This is what gets me the Yankee shill moniker. Like, if you're a Yankee fan, if you're a New York sports fan in particular, but if you're a New York Yankee fan in general, I don't care who else you root for, the odds that other teams that you root for do better for you than the New York Yankees is hard to believe. You got to be pretty lucky to be a fan of a bunch of teams, including the Yankees, and have other teams that do better by you. The Yankees do pretty good by you. If you're a Yankee fan, they do pretty good by you. I know it's frustrating, and, they're the ones who started this championship or bust mentality in the 90s, and, they should be measured by that, and they haven't won since 2009. It's unacceptable. I get it. Year in and year out, we're watching them pop champagne. Year in and year out, they're playing meaningful games the entire season. Year in and year out, there are postseason games. It's not as easy as you think it is because they have a payroll. The Mets prove that. Like, it's just not that easy to suddenly, I'll be in the playoffs for the next 33 years. Like, it's not easy. It's not easy. And whatever teams you root for, if you're lucky enough to be a Yankee fan, they do better by you than the other teams you root for. Unless you happen to be, in recent years, a Kansas City Chief fan or an Eagles fan or, a Golden State Warriors fan. Other than that, the Yankees do pretty good by you. And I'm excited about the season. Now, hot knife through butter, I don't know. Do I think they're the best team in the American League? Yeah, I've been saying it for a month. More than that. I don't think there's any doubt. Their lineup, their rotation, best team in baseball. Best team in the American League. I don't think there's any doubt. I firmly believe that. They've been running the bases better. I just read a whole article about scouts raving about how the Yankees have run the bases better. I know they get picked off, but they're aggressive. We haven't seen any real base running mistakes, and they steal bases, and they provide issues for the other team because of their speed. And their defense has even been much better. Like, sure, there are odd mistakes. The Mets Soto dropped the ball in right field. McNeil threw away 2 balls in the same inning that led to a run. Watch any team in baseball. They are going to make errors. It happens so often, there's an entire column on the scorebook dedicated just to errors. But for the most part, the Yankees have been fairly clean. Last night, they were actually really good defensively. You see continued great plays from third base. And even Ben Rice made a bunch of scoops from McMahon, who made a barehanded play on a tough ground ball. Like, the defense has been better. And Anthony Volpe's been better. Let's be honest. That's another conversation. Who's the starting shortstop? I'm telling you, I think it's going to be Anthony Volpe. He's gotten pretty much 2 hits tonight. Last night, he leads off the 9th inning with the base hit that ends up being the game-tying run and sets up that inning with that single. He hasn't made an error since coming back from the injury. His offense is much better. He's going the other way. He looks a lot like the player we saw in the postseason last year. I don't think there's any doubt he's going to be the starting shortstop. I really feel pretty confident about it now. Plus, I think they love the idea of being able to put Caballero in any spot, go pinch run him in a spot with G, and the G gets on. Giancarlo Stanton gets walked or hits a bullet line drive single in the 8th inning down a run. Boom. Caballero's in there to steal a base. I think that's the best version of the New York Yankees. I think that's it. And I think it's going to be Anthony Volpe. The only questions are, like, right now, heading into a wild card series, and let's just talk about what we have right now before we take down the frauds and win the division. But right now, it would be a wild card series. The question is, who's your third starter and who's your starting shortstop? That's kind of the question marks of this team right now that they're going to figure out over the next 5 games. Yeah, the pecking order of the bullpen, I sort of think is up for grabs. I'll tell you this. I think is number 2. Obviously, Bednar's the closer. I think Devin Williams is their number 2. I think Devin Williams has jumped everybody else. I think he's jumped Weaver. I think the 8th inning of a tie game, 8th inning, 1-run lead, 8th inning, I think you're looking at Devin Williams coming in. I really do. I think he has jumped Weaver in the pecking order. Cruz is the first guy out of the bullpen, especially with runners on, because they're looking for strikeouts, and he's their best strikeout pitcher with that splitter. So in the 6th, 5th, starter puts 2 guys on with an out. 1 out, 2 on, you're going to bring in Cruz because you're looking for strikeouts. And he's got the split finger that gets the strikeouts from that point on. I think the pecking order is Weaver, Williams, Bednar. And we'll see we'll see how that works out. 888-808-1019. But again, to me, the Red Sox are probably the one team that I would tell you I am significantly nervous about. I still think the Yankees could win that series. I'd still think they will win that series. But the Red Sox at least put a little bit of fear into me. I'm not overly concerned about the Blue Jays until they prove to me they can win a playoff game. The Tigers are in free fall. The Astros really just aren't very good. The Cleveland Guardians are hot as you can be. They're the Cleveland Guardians. So, any of those teams scare you? Even, let's be honest. Yeah, they've got some good starting pitching, and they've done a nice job, and Cal Raleigh's been great, and Rodriguez is having a bounce-back year, and they're taking control of that Western Division. Are you worried about Seattle, who's done nothing for 20-plus years? I'm not saying they can't beat the Yankees. Any one of these teams could beat the Yankees. It's baseball. But I'm not overly concerned about it. There's only one thing that makes me nervous about the Yankees in the postseason. And it's the same thing that's made me nervous last year, same thing that's usually made me nervous throughout this entire era. Are they going to beat themselves? Or are they not going to score? It's not the other teams, it's the Yankees. Is the offense going to go into, shell? Is Aaron Judge going to be the MVP? Or is he going to struggle like he has in the last 2 postseasons? Because I'll tell you, I don't care who they play. They could play the Tigers, they could play the Guardians, they could play the Red Sox, they could play the Blue Jays, they could play the Mariners. If Aaron Judge goes 0 for 16 or 1 for 17, probably not going to win. So who scares me? the New York Yankees. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. Quick break. Back with your calls next.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
I look forward to breaking down that game with you, but I know we do have some NFL news to get into and talk about.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Dude, did you order the new iPhone 17 Pro? Got it from Verizon, the best 5G network in America. I've never looked so good.
You look the same.
But with this camera, everything looks better, especially me.
You haven't changed your hair in 15 years. Selfies? Check, please.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro, designed to be the most powerful iPhone ever, with eligible phone trade-in and unlimited ultimate. Any condition guaranteed. Visit your local Verizon store today. Best 5G source. Root metrics data. United States. 1H2025. All rights reserved. Additional terms and conditions apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey.
That's the best thing about baseball. We still got 5 more games left. The New York Mets still have games to win, as now the Arizona Diamondbacks have thrusted themselves right into it. They're a game back. They're still a game back with the tiebreaker. So, and they walked off the Dodgers last night. And again, hey, if you're the Mets and you get in on that final wild card and you got to take on the Dodgers, yeah, it sounds like Ohtani's locked and loaded for game number 1. He pitched 6 scoreless innings against Arizona last night, but their bullpen is an out-and-out mess. Tanner Scott, who they gave this big contract to, just blew the game against the Diamondbacks, and he's been awful this year. They are not this dominant team. They're not. And, you know, as you know, especially Yankee fans are, oh, you got to be more like the Dodgers. Oh, you got to be more like the Mets. Oh, you got to be teams that are run better. Everyone's run better than the Yankees. Well, the Yankees have a better record than both of those teams. Not that it's there. And I know the Dodgers won the World Series last year and beat the Yankees, but this team right now, they keep throwing out money. They give big time money to Tanner Scott. Hasn't helped out. Same thing, the Yankees trade for Devin Williams was a disaster. There's no guarantees in this world, especially in the bullpen. And that's why Diaz is worth his weight in gold for the New York Mets, and why when I question about shaking the core up, I don't mean Diaz, because he has proven to be one of these relievers over the last couple of years that is just consistently good. Sometimes better than others, but consistently good. And last night he was great for the Mets. They still have more games to win, and they'll play tonight out in Chicago. While the Reds will take on Pittsburgh, the Diamondbacks will take on the Dodgers, and the Mets are fighting for their lives. But last night was one of those games that was, the best win of the year. They came from behind for the first time down 5, and in a game you thought they were dead, they got off the mat and put fate back in their own hands. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Eddie in Rockland. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, buddy, what's happening?
What's going on?
Well, you didn't get what you wanted, so...
no, I would rather have waited on Jaxson Dart, but there is a part of me, the fan part of me, who's excited about it. I mean, I'm more excited to watch the game on Sunday. I don't think there's any doubt.
We're moving into a new era. I want you to act like a man.
Okay.
And act like... Do you think Jaxson Dart's going, oh, I need another 2 weeks, 2 more weeks, and I'll be ready? Listen... It's a transition. It's time to transition, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
And you're going to be positive about this transition.
I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to do what I want to do.
A little nervous, Nelly knocking your knees.
I'm not nervous. I'm telling you what I think. I need the quarterback to develop well. I need him to be the future. I don't need him to start right now. I don't need him to win this game. I need him to be the future of the quarterback. Yeah.
For the first 3 weeks, most of the experts, whoever the experts are, there's a couple of football players. The main thing they're saying about the Giants is the play development and the offensive game plan, and how most of them, 80% of the team have a more dynamic offense. That's where the situation lies. Okay, because now it's on Dable, right? And now it's not.
It wasn't on Dable. It wasn't on Dable yesterday. It's on Dable.
No, it was
now it's on Dable.
Russell Wilson. It was on Russell Wilson.
No, it wasn't.
That's who it was on.
No, it's been on Brian. On the field. It's been on Brian Dable. It's been on Brian Dable. He's the head coach of the team. He's the offensive It's his offense. It's on him. It was never on Russell Wilson. It's on him, and it won't be on. So it's not
really.
He's
never been called out on anything.
Of course
Chris.
he has. What are you talking about? Of course he has. You think he'll be? So what? Who's going to call him out if Jaxson Dart's not playing well?
Nobody calls him out that he doesn't.
Who's going to call him? Who's going to call him out now when Jaxson Dart plays well?
No one calls him out that he has an inept offense.
Of course they do. What are you talking about?
The only thing they call him out on is that he's supposed to be the quarterback expert, and we haven't seen it yet. That's the only thing they call him out on.
Please, you don't think he's been called out on the red zone inefficiency? What are you talking about? Well, if all you mean is called out on is by like the owner firing him, I don't know what you want. Everybody's been talking about how lousy this offense has been. Everybody's been talking about over the last 2 years their inefficiency in the red zone. Everybody, yes, they didn't fire him, but I don't know what you mean by not calling him out. The offense and how putrid it's been has been called out by everyone.
Right. On two things on the Giants. What do you think about this? I'm thinking if Dable's gone and this regime is gone, I'd like a Rex Ryan defense and the old Arizona Bruce Arians.
Why not?
Running the offense.
Let's pull some relics out. Let's do that. Anybody else?
Right. That's what the Giants need. They need some relics.
Yeah, see if they can get him out of retirement.
Right.
To see if he wants to come coach. That's the last idea I needed to hear from you today. We'll end it on the Bruce Arians suggestion. I'm not, Rex Ryan to run the defense and Bruce Arians to run and to be the head coach and run the offense. Because I doubt he's coming out of retirement to be an offensive coordinator. Plus, his health isn't very good, but or at least when he coaches, so that was not so much. And I don't know what you're talking about. Everybody's been killing Brian Dable. What do you mean no one's called him out? What do you want for call? Like, we've been screaming about it. After week 1, I screamed about it. Yeah, I wanted to keep him. I did. I wanted to keep him as the head coach because I didn't trust John Mara to hire another coach. He hadn't had an opportunity to develop a young quarterback. I wanted to give him that opportunity. That's what he was hired for, and he never got it. And I believed with the improvements they've made to the roster, I thought he could build a good offense. In 2 of the first 3 weeks, it hasn't just been not a good offense. It's been horrendous. Horrendous. And even the game where the offense was great and put up 37 points, I mean, let's be honest, it's still an NFL football team, the Dallas Cowboys, but their defense might prove out to be one of the worst, if not the worst, in the NFL this year. So I'm not even that excited about the big-time performance they put up in Dallas. So I get it. It's on Brian Dable. And the idea that this is to save Brian Dable is what pisses me off. I don't want to make decisions on when this next generational quarterback plays based on whether or not the coach needs him to get hired or not fired. I want to make the decision based on what's best for him. And yeah, of course, Jaxson Dart's not sitting there thinking, oh, I need another week. I need 2 weeks. No, of course not. Neither was Jamarcus Russell. Neither was Zach Wilson. Neither was Sam Darnold. Neither was Daniel Jones. Neither were any of the other quarterbacks who failed after being thrusted right in. They probably thought they were ready to go too. Of course Jaxson Dart thinks he's ready to play. If he didn't think he was ready to play, then they wouldn't put him in. He's probably an uber-confident kid ready to go, particularly with the way he played in spring and what they've looked in, and I would say spring training, with the way he played in preseason and the way Russell Wilson played. I'm sure he thinks he's what's best for this team, and he should. It's on Brian Dable. It's been on Brian Dable. Just because he hasn't been fired doesn't mean it's not on him. It's on him. Travis in the Bronx. What's up, Travis?
Good morning, Chris. How are you?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. So last time I called, we went back and forth about putting him in and, waiting. So they made the decision now. So does their season start Sunday, or is there enough that we've seen where, what happened the first 3 games and what's happened the last 2 years, even though Dable hasn't had his quote unquote guy? So what has more weight? The next, 14 games?
Yeah.
Or the last 2 years where we've kind of scratched our head, what's going on with this coach? And
What do you think? What do you think? Because I mean, it's an obvious answer. It's an obvious answer because you can go back the last 2 years. That's fine. The last 2 years were still the last 2 years. The last 2 years were still there to be looked at when the owner decided not to move on from him, when the owner decided not to fire him. So when you ask me the last 2 years, they already made that decision. So which one weighs more, the first 3 or the next 14?
Obviously, the reason for me, now that we have Dart, I think the next 14 are the most important that Gable's had.
Obviously.
So, yeah. My question essentially is, so what happens if they go 3-11 and, Gable, they look competitive, but he's still not sold? Do you think that there's a chance that they bring in a new coach? Not that there's a chance of that, but that, Dart becomes expendable, but and then he turns into another. And that's what I.
Yeah, I mean, with 3 wins, it depends on how it looks, right? I mean, if Jaxson Dart balls out and they lose because their defense stinks, because Sexy Dexy never gets back to what he was, and he continues to play the way he has over the first 3 games. Abdul Carter doesn't play well. This pass rush isn't what we thought it was. The young kids in the defensive backfield don't take a step forward. Shane Bowen's a terrible defensive coordinator, and they lose games 38-30, and they lose games 41-35. But Jaxson Dart plays well, and we see offense. Even with 3 losses, I would tell you there's a slim chance that you could still bring back Dable if he proves that Jaxson Dart is a growing, capable, top half of the league quarterback already in year number 1. Then that's open. Then that's open for debate. But I don't know how you do that and only win 3 games. Like, it's tough. So it depends on how you view it. 3 is a low number, but if they win 6 games and Jaxson Dart plays well, then yes, absolutely, the coach could be back.
I agree, and I think what's getting lost in all of this is the Giants, for the first time in a long, long time, they've got Neighbors.
Yeah.
The emergence of Stadabo. Abdul Carter. They have Dart, Dexter Lawrence, Thibodeau. Like, all of these guys. This year might be rough, but if they show some progression next year. They have enough young talent where they can compete.
I would think so, but again, they haven't yet. And it depends on how you view how these games go. And if Jaxson Dart doesn't play well, then your scenario of him becoming, what was the word obsolete? What was the word you used? But if they're miserable, he doesn't perform well, and they win 2 or 3 games, and they're drafting at the top, and Brian Dable and Shane have to go because you would have to fire them, then in a heavier quarterback draft, you are talking about the possibility of the new regime drafting another quarterback. We've seen it recently with Arizona. Right? They drafted what's his name in the big draft with all the 5 quarterbacks from UCLA. Well, I can't think of his name right now. Rosen. They drafted Josh Rosen, and then the next year they were awful. He was awful. Wilkes was the head coach, I believe. He was awful. Not seeing much better as a defensive coordinator for the Jets, but he was awful. They finished it with the top pick. They brought in Cliff Kingsbury and a new, operation in Arizona, and they decided to draft Kyler Murray with the first overall pick. Like, it's happened before, and I think Rosen was a higher draft pick than Jaxson Dart is. So it could happen. If they're miserable and they're drafting at the top of the draft again, and it's a new coach and a new GM, absolutely. Drafting another quarterback is up for debate. And furthermore, believe it or not, it's probably what I would be suggesting to do. You got to find the quarterback. If Jaxson Dart plays terribly down the stretch here, they don't win any games. They're drafting at the top. New coach, new regime. They should draft a young quarterback they believe in. That's probably what I'll be screaming. I'll click it on at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's time to draft the next quarterback. That's what I'll be saying. And it sucks, but that's what I'll be saying, because you have to find the quarterback if you want to have a winning football team. And if they fire and hire a new GM and a new head coach and Jaxson Dart doesn't play well and they feel like this is a big-time quarterback draft and they're at the top of it, draft the quarterback. Do it. Draft the quarterback and trade Jaxson Dart. I mean, who wants to see that? But that's where it will be. Stuart in Brooklyn. What's up, Stu?
Good morning, C-Mac.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Oh, you're right. If the offense goes, as the song says, while my guitar gently weeps, they're not going anywhere. But if it's the other song that says I'm only sleeping, where are they going to go?
I'm only sleeping. I don't know. That's like the third time you referenced that song. You love that song. You're talking about you're talking about the offense with the Yankees.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay.
If Judge doesn't hit, I think this year he'll hear it. Next year, at the beginning of the year, he'll hear it. But
he's got
to produce. Giancarlo has played how many games this year?
I'm not sure exactly how many he's played. 50 maybe?
20-something home runs. How many RBIs? 50-something?
Yeah, no, he's played maybe 60 games, and he's got 20 home runs and 50-something RBIs, 900 OPS. He's been great, Giancarlo Stanton.
And he's been great in the postseason every year for the Yankees?
Every year since 2020, yes. The first 2 years, not so much in 18 and 19.
No, not so much. And Judge was great in 19. That was the last time he was great in the postseason. All right, so he's got to wake up and hit.
No, absolutely.
They're relying on just one guy. I mean, I know Gleyber Torres had a great postseason last year, and Volpe hit the biggest hit in the postseason last year for the Yankees. But what has Volpe given this year? Leads the American League in errors?
Yeah, no, he's been bad, Stu, and I'm sorry I'm up against the break. Look, the offense has got to hit. And, yeah, you can't rely on one person, but you can't be void of your best player. Like, he's got to show up. We all know it. Now that they've clinched the playoffs with the win last night, and we know they're in there, and they're still chasing the division, whatever the case may be, Aaron Judge needs to hit and perform. Otherwise, they probably won't win. It's not impossible if someone else goes off, if Giancarlo goes off and Bellinger joins him, or Rice, who now has 7 hits in the last 2 games and is really turning it on here. Like, they have enough guys. Jazz could go off. You never know. It's possible, but it's very unlikely that we see Aaron Judge perform the way he's performed in the last 2 postseasons, where you're talking about striking out at a 50, 60% clip. Like, you're not going to win Judge doing that. You're just not. So that's what it comes down to. It always comes down to. So, again, like when I look at the matchups for these teams, and now that they're in and they've clinched, and you start looking at the matchups, and they could either play Boston, or they could play Detroit or Houston, or, Cleveland or whomever. Like, none of those teams in the American League scare me. The National League teams are better. Like, I know that conversation's been overblown. I think the overall depth of the American League is right there with the depth of the National League. Like, but the top teams, like, there are teams in the National League that scare you. The Dodgers, as much as I downplayed them a little bit, they're not a super team, but they're an excellent baseball team. They scare you. The Milwaukee Brewers, who I don't think are going to win anything this year, they're a very talented team. They played extremely well. They've earned the respect to say they're a scary baseball team. The Chicago Cubs, 188 games. They've pitched well. They have a lineup that scored, almost as many runs as the New York Yankees. They're a dangerous team. But right now in the American League, you look at it, I don't really care who the Yankees play. I got to be honest with you. I don't care. They're better than everyone they will play. It doesn't matter who they play. The Yankees will be better. But will they play better? That's what it comes down to. Will they play better? And right now, I feel a little bit better. We've seen some pickoffs and some caught stealings because they've been uber aggressive on the base paths. But we haven't seen a lot of dumb mistakes as of late. Doesn't mean that they've completely nullified them and we won't see them again. But I haven't seen a ton of I know last night there was miscommunication in the outfield and it led to the second run. The home run should have just been a solo home run. So I guess that happened last night. That's fair. That's a dumb play. But outside of that, it hasn't been the same debacle we saw for long stretches in the middle of the summer. I think they've cleaned that up. And the base running, while, they still get picked off from time to time, they're aggressive. They've gone first to third a lot. They steal a lot of bases. They have guys in Jazz, Volpe, Dominguez, obviously Caballero. All can run, all can steal bases. Like, I think they're a dangerous team. I think they're better than everybody else. Their starting rotation certainly, I think, is the best in the American League. With right there with the Mariners. As far as the top four, we'll see if they play well. 888-808-1009. Quick break. Back with more after this. We'll come back after the update, say good morning, and take you for the final hour right here on The Fan.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Before the game even starts, the damn kicker's hurt again.
Yeah, which, I mean, I've never seen anything like the amount of times that the Giants have had to struggle with injured kickers within games. I mean, it's just insanity.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Cake! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill. We're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home
mom's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Talk Yankees and Mets all season long. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit SamuelPain.com. The Yankees clinch a playoff spot for the 8th time in 9 years, walking off the White Sox 3-2. Aaron Judge telling the fans Emmanuel Barbari that he wants redemption come October.
Oh, I can't wait. I've been thinking about it since last November. It's lost a lot of sleep over it, but excited to go back out there and do our thing.
The Yankees also moved to within a game of the Blue Jays for first place in the AL East. The Mets, with their biggest win all season, they erase a 6-1 deficit, get a go-ahead 2-run blast for Francisco Alvarez in the 8th, then see Edwin Diaz retire all 6 Cubs he faced, 9-7 the final at Wrigley. Meanwhile, the Reds lose to the Pirates while the D-backs rally to beat the Dodgers. Both the Reds and D-backs are a game behind the Mets now for the final wild card spot in the National League. And the Giants are reportedly benching Russell Wilson and turning to first-round rookie quarterback Jaxson Dart. Dart will make his first career start on Sunday at MetLife Stadium, taking on the 3-0 Chargers. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, good morning! Call his wife and what are we doing? What are we doing on this Wednesday morning? Are we celebrating? Are any Yankees just walking out of the club right now at 4:04? You still got a division to win. Hopefully you're all getting your rest because we know how the Yankees need their 8 hours. How are we doing? McMonigle here with you for the final hour of our show as we got you till 5 o'clock in the warm-up show, 888-808-1019 on this great baseball morning. We did talk about Jaxson Dart. Obviously, the Giants make that decision. They go to Brian Dable's last-ditch effort to keep his job, or they turn to the best quarterback on the roster. One or the other. One I'm cool with, one I don't love. And we'll find out, I suppose, this week, this Sunday against the Chargers. But Jaxson Dart will be the quarterback, not Russell Wilson. What do they do with Russell Wilson? Do they move Russell Wilson? Do they try and trade Russell Wilson? Do they cut Russell Wilson? Who cares? He's not the quarterback anymore. It's Jaxson Dart. The new era of Giants football starts, and I'm looking forward to it while cautiously pessimistic. Well, you usually say when you preface it with cautious, usually you go optimistic. Cautiously optimistic that they're doing this for the right reason and not rushing it when that was the plan, to give them some time. So we'll see. Looking forward to that. But this is a baseball morning, believe it or not, as both teams with enormous victories. Yes, it was against the Chicago White Sox for the New York Yankees, but they were down 2-1 in the 9th. They rally. They win. They clinch a playoff spot. They celebrated. They poured champagne all over themselves, all over Meredith. It was a wonderful thing to see. If you're a fan, these are the great days. The champagne popping is the best. I know it's only to clinch a wild card spot, and they still have the division in sight, but still, that was a fun night for the Yankees. Big comeback win in the 9th, even if against a lousy team like the White Sox. They get off the deck. They score 2 in the ninth. They win the game. They've clinched the playoff spot. And because the Boston Red Sox took down Toronto in Toronto, the Frauds are now only a game up on the Yankees. Game on, 5 to play. The Yankees playing the dregs of Major League Baseball, and they're taking on Garrett Crochet later tonight while Max Fried tries to mow down the Chicago White Sox. I'm feeling good about the Yankees' chances to win a division. And the New York Mets have it back. They have it back. They have their destiny back in their hands as last night the New York Mets had their greatest win of the season. A game that was left for dead at 6-1 as Peterson yet again had absolutely nothing. He's been miserable for a month. He was miserable last night. He went, what was it, an inning and a third or an inning and 2/3? Couldn't get out of the second inning. Brazaban had to come in and save his bacon as he was awful, and you're wondering if you could pitch him again. And he's supposed to be slated to pitch the last game of the year in Miami, and you might need that game. But that Met team last night got off the deck down 6-1 rather, and did what good teams do. We so often have talked about they do the things that bad teams do and find ways to lose, and they certainly have. But last night, you get the leadoff home run from Lindor that has typically buoyed this team to victories and really gotten them off the mat. And to set the tone for this 6-game stretch, I thought that was an enormous home run, and then it gets swallowed up by the miserable performance from David Peterson. They're down 5 runs in the 5th inning. They haven't won a game all year that they are down 5 runs. They haven't had a comeback of 5 runs or more. They haven't had a comeback in the 8th inning or later. They still haven't done that, but 5 runs down last night, 6-1. The Chicago Cubs and Dansby Swanson gave them their opening. He boots a double play ball, and instead of ending the inning right there, it allows the Mets to kick the door down as you get the ground ball from Lindor that gives them a run. You get a walk from Soto. You get a missile off the right field wall from Pete Alonso that you were kicking yourself that it wasn't a home run. And then Brandon Nimmo with the moment of the season. For Brandon Nimmo, a much-needed spot where he was miserable on the weekend against Washington. Came up with the bases loaded, 1 out with a chance to win the game and struck out. He left base runner after base runner. He was terrible in those 2 games. They lost to the Nationals. He was the biggest loser in that series. And to take that moment last night, down 3 runs, 6-3, in the 5th inning with 2 men on, and hit an absolute bomb to tie the game. That's the signature moment. Last night was the signature game. The bullpen comes in and does a really good job. You get the home run from Alvarez after he was robbed of that chance to tie the game in the 9th with a home run on Sunday. He comes back Tuesday night and hits an absolute bomb to give the Mets a 2-run lead. They bring in their all-world closer in Diaz for 6 outs. He strikes out 5 Chicago Cubs as they win the biggest game of the year, and along with the Cincinnati Reds losing to the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Mets have it back in their own hands. And right now, it is a 1-game lead over the Reds, with the Reds having the tiebreaker. It's a 1-game lead over the Arizona Diamondbacks, who came from behind and walked off the Dodgers last night. Both of those teams own the tiebreaker of the New York Mets, so it is the slimmest of margins. But the Mets are back on top in the final wildcard spot. They own their destiny, and all they have to do is allow this game to be the moment, to be the turning point, to be what spurs them to 5 good games. 5 winning baseball games, and set yourself up for a chance to do anything. Now, the pitching rotation is going to be interesting how they handle it. They got Tong going tonight. But that's one hell of a victory. That's the typical cliched, championship DVD game. That's a game you look back at if you win this thing, that it started last night. And we'll see if they can do that. We'll see if this team can find it within them to have that be the moment that we all look back on as they're making a run in the playoffs, because that was a great win last night. Because we all had them left for dead. At 6-1, they were dead. They were dead. They were dead. It didn't matter that Cincinnati was losing. They were dead. They got off the deck, won a big game, big moments. Yeah, they played lousy. They played lousy to start the game. You got Juan Soto dropping a ball out in right field. You got McNeil throwing the ball all over the place. That leads to that extra run to make it a 5-run deficit. And then they came through in the 5th after a mistake by Dansby Swanson. They got a little bit of a break that the starting pitcher, Horton, pulled his back or had some sort of back issue and had to come out of the game. In the moment, I just thought the Cubs were doing what they felt was right for a young starting pitcher. But it turns out he's got a little bit of a back issue, so they get a break that an excellent starting pitcher who's been the best starting pitcher in baseball since the All-Star break has to leave the game. They get a break because Dansby Swanson boots an easy double play, and they made it pay. They made the Cubs pay for those mistakes and that injury, and that's what good teams do. And we've been talking long enough about all the things they do that bad teams do. That's what good teams do. When you give them an inch, they take a mile. And that's what happened last night. They scored 9 runs. Diaz was excellent. And they're set up back with their own destiny in their hands. And hopefully the Mets can figure out a way. And then the Yankees win. They take a playoff spot. They celebrated with champagne. They came from behind. Anthony Volpe played well in this game, 2 hits, including the leadoff one in the 9th. That's the tying run. And Caballero comes through with a 9-pitch little bloop single that if you've seen the highlight, and maybe we'll play some of the highlights on this very excitable Wednesday morning, this baseball Wednesday morning. The game-winning hit for Caballero that sends the Yankees to the postseason. Michael Taylor was in the game as a defensive replacement in center field. I can't explain how he handled that ball, how he played that ball in center field. I can't explain it because it's 2 outs. Judge is on second base. If that ball lands, Judge is going to score. And instead of laying out, now I'm not saying it was an easy play, and maybe he lays out and doesn't make it. But he slows down and plays it on a hop like he's going to try and get a good throw off. It made absolutely no sense. But, hey, that's the White Sox problem. The Yankees beat the White Sox and avoided what would have been a devastating loss considering the Red Sox took down Toronto. And now, again, the Mets are up 1 game. The Yankees are down 1 game. And, yes, they have the tiebreaker, so it's really 2. But the Toronto Blue Jays, the fraud Blue Jays, are slipping. And the New York Yankees are playing the White Sox. The New York Yankees are playing the Baltimore Orioles. And they have one hell of a chance to not only win the division, but be the number 1 seed in the American League and make sure the American League pennant goes through the Bronx. It's right there to be had. It's right there to be had. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls here in our final hour. Let's get to Walt in Oceanport. What's up, Walt?
Chris, you got me so juiced after that monologue, okay?
Yeah, I'm juiced.
I mean, 6 weeks ago when you called the Bluebirds frauds, okay, I was like, oh, no, they're doing really well. Yeah. But you called them frauds, and right now you seem to be on track with that. So next week when I call, okay, you could be right, and hopefully you are.
Well, we'll see. And again, I just want to make it clear, not that anyone cares. I called them frauds a week ago or 2 weeks ago, whenever you said I did. I didn't start calling them frauds then. I've been calling the Blue Jays frauds since September of 2021. When the Yankees went into Toronto, both teams battling for that final wild card spot. The Blue Jays, were playing well. The Blue Jays had this team of all second-generation superstars, and the Yankees were coming into town to get beat up. Vlad loves to beat the Yankees, and the Yankees went in there playing lousy and took 2 out of 3 to secure a wild card spot. From that series on, I have called the Blue Jays frauds. They've yet to win a playoff game. I've been doing this for a long time with the Blue Jays, and I can't wait to be proven right.
Listen, after that insane monologue, that was awesome. I'm a Yankee fan. I'm so juiced. I mean, that they're in the dance. Okay, yes, of course, I want them to win the division. I do not like the layoff, though. Okay, I'm a little suspect about players just sitting around, but I'm very happy for my Met friends. That was a very gritty performance for them to come back from down 6-1. But my initial call was to talk about the Giants. But you got me so juiced up about baseball. I was like, okay, forget about it.
But listen, listen. I hear you. I'm pumped about the baseball. The baseball's crazy. The American League playoff is crazy. What's going on with the Tigers, who now the Cleveland Guardians took over first place in the division, and they are now the third wild card team holding on to a wild card spot. How is that possible? Like it's been crazy, man. The Astros are fading. The Mariners are leading that division. It's just a crazy, crazy American League.
Listen, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think this is a Dable, just to switch gears.
Yeah.
Dable and trying to keep their gig. Okay. I do not think, because I'm totally in line with you. When I spoke the other day, I'd like to see Jaxson Dart start against the weaker teams like the Saints, the Raiders at the end of the season, maybe the Cowboys at the last game, because it's a juggernaut between Denver and two times with and this Chargers thing.
No, I mean, listen, three of right now. Yeah, no, I agree. It's not even so much the soft landing spot, but that's part of it. I mean, you're talking about 4, right? If I'm doing my math right, no, 2, 4 of his first 5 games in the NFL are going to be against the Chargers and this defense that looks, top of the league for the first 3 weeks of the year. The Eagles twice, once on short rest, as they're going to play Sunday against the Saints and then Thursday against the Eagles. So in his first 4 of 5 games, he's playing the Chargers, the Eagles twice, and flying out to Denver to take on the Broncos, and a defense that is supposed to be top of the league. It hasn't necessarily played that way yet, but it's a very talented defense that was lights out last year, and I expect is going to get better as the season progresses. So, I mean, that is a very difficult. I know the schedule is difficult to begin with and throughout the whole thing, right? There's not a lot of soft landing spots, and the Saints might be the easiest game of the year, and that is the other of the 5 starts. But, I mean, that is a gauntlet to start. That's one hell of a first 5 games of your career, man. And I'm just, because he is associated with Shane and Dable, who are toxic with the fan base right now. Like, I'm just concerned that if they're forcing this and he's not ready to play and it looks bad against the Chargers, and then he comes back on short rest against Philadelphia and looks bad there. I mean, this crowd, while understanding on some level that rookies struggle, imagine they lose the Saint game and you're talking about being like 0-6 and 0-7, taking on Philadelphia, getting their ass kicked. This kid's going to get booed. This kid's going to feel the wrath. It's just a tough spot. It's a tough spot. I do feel better listening to guys like Connor Hughes and some other people who do believe the Giants have felt he's been ready since the beginning of the season. And that once he got in the building, it was quite obvious that he wasn't going to need all the time they thought he might. And that if it was an open competition to start the season, and that it wasn't just a fait accompli, they were going to go to Russell Wilson, they paid him, they probably made him promises, they were going to give some time to Russell Wilson here, that if it was an open competition, that Jaxson Dart probably would have won the competition and outplayed him during camp. So I feel a little bit better hearing things like that, which we had heard and kind of knew, but we haven't seen it now for a while. We saw him in preseason look really good, but it's been a while now, and we see how this team looks and how the offensive line looked in Week 1 against Washington. And there's just a fear that it's going to feel like we've ruined him. It's going to feel like he's got no chance to be confident, no chance to be successful, playing the tougher teams in the NFL. And yeah, it's trial by fire. I get that. And I understand that you got to learn sometime, and there is no easy landing spot in the NFL necessarily, but I'm just concerned, man. I've seen quarterbacks ruined. And I hate to thrust them into a spot. Maybe I'm hung up on the idea that there was a plan and now they're off the plan. I just don't want it to be, hey, like this. I don't want this to be the conversation inside the Giants room. Like, hey, we're 0-3. The fan base is going nuts. If we lose another game with Russell Wilson, I could be back to seeing planes flying over this building. Like, you told me we drafted the right kid. I want to see him play. I don't care if he's ready or not. Show me you can develop a quarterback, because I don't know what else to do. So let's get the fans off our backs. Why don't you show me you can develop a quarterback, try and win some football games, and enough with Russell Wilson, because I don't feel like the fans being, if it was a team with a fan base they were playing, it'd be half the building would be Charger fans. Like, that's the conversation I don't want. I hope that's not what is, the thought process. I hope the thought process is, look, we're 0-3. Russell Wilson ain't cutting it. This kid's been better this entire time. He allows us to do more offensively. Plus, it's time to just get him out there. Like, because he's ready. That's what I hope the conversation is. And if that's the conversation, I feel better about it. That first conversation, though, makes me nervous. Phil and Howell. What's up, Phil?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on?
Before I get to my Giant point, I was watching a Met game last night, and an incredible stat that I saw towards the end of the game when Dansby Swanson was the last batter to hit.
Yeah.
And they showed what his stats were against Diaz.
Mm-hmm.
You know that he was 0 for 10 with 9 strikeouts. That's insane.
That is a lot of strikeouts and only 10 at bats, which I'm trying to remember. Fleegs will remember better. Didn't Dansby Swanson have like a monster series in that final series in 22 when they blew the division? Why do I vaguely
he was
remember?
big, just not against Diaz.
Okay,
right?
Obviously not.
And he had a big hit in 2023 when Diaz was hurt. It was against either Ottavino or Robertson.
That's right. That's right.
Obviously, the numbers are the numbers, so I knew he didn't do it against Diaz. But
Right.
I was saying I'm surprised because in my memory, I have this memory of Dansby Swanson killing them. So I'm surprised it was that bad against Diaz.
Yeah, and okay, I'll get to my Giant point. Listen, I'm not a DeBolt fan, Dable fan whatsoever. All right. To me, I think he's basically on the coaching level of a Richie Kotite. I think he's that bad. I really do. But I think he
did take a team to a playoff and won a road playoff game. Did Kotite win a road playoff game?
No, I know what you're saying, but everybody just goes back to that time. I mean, that was then. This is now.
That was then. This is now. But you're going to call him Rich Kotite. You have no problem going back in time. I'm just saying.
No, I don't. That is true.
I'm just saying.
You got me there. You got me there.
I'm just saying. I don't disagree that he's been terrible for the last 2 years and that these first 3 games have been ugly.
Okay.
I'm just saying he has shown us some level of coaching where the names that people want to bring up never did.
All right. Well, one more thing.
Yeah.
I could see Dart having a really, really good. I could see Dart having a really solid game this week on the offensive end. But you get a guy like Herbert that comes in there. I mean, I think he's going to pick them apart. I really do. Especially, I think the game's going to be more on the defensive end than it is on the offensive end.
Yeah. I know. Is it bad to say I don't care? Is that bad? Should I not do that? I got to see offense. They're playing Jaxson Dart. The game's about the offense. Like I want the defense to be good, and I want to win the football game, obviously. And you're right. If they lose, is it about Herbert being stopped? I don't know. Like they didn't really do much against. They didn't do much against the Raiders in the second half. Now they had the game pretty much under control, but they only scored 3 points in the second half of the Monday night game against the Raiders. They probably should have lost. I mean, Denver was outplaying them for a lot of that second half, and then they found a way to have the big drive, and Denver didn't do enough offensively and gave the ball back to him one too many times, and the Chargers went down the field and won the game. I'm not overly concerned about Herbert going nuts on the Giants defense. I'm really not. I'm not overly concerned about it. Is it possible? Of course. But let's be honest. They just went to the rookie quarterback. There's one thing you got to see. You got to see him play and play well. This game is about the offense. That's what it's about. You're hoping the defense can keep it close. You're hoping the defense can limit the amount of scoring. Their young running back got hurt. You're hoping you can control the run game a little bit, make them one-dimensional, and see if you can stop, McConkey and obviously, what's his name, having another great year back with after his time, Keenan Allen, after his time in Chicago, coming back. I mean, that dude is just, how consistent is Keenan Allen? So he's back and comfortable inside that offense. Yeah, they got a good offense, but this is about watching the young quarterback play. That's what it's about. 888-808-1019. And that's my concern, is they don't score any points against this defense, who is good in the defensive backfield and get pressure. Like, this defense is really good. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Come back with more of your calls. Yankees, Mets, the rest of the baseball playoff situation. The we haven't really talked too much about the Jets. We'll get more into Jets, Giants, the games on Sunday as we get later into the week. Jets are a little bit on the back burner coming off of that performance, and obviously everything going on with the New York Giants and the baseball teams. But whatever you want to talk about, it's all on the table. McMonigle here with you for another half hour into the warm-up show. 888-808-1019. We'll be right back.
It's the Yankees and White Sox, 7:05 tonight, driven by Jeep.
A one pitch, swing on a high fly ball. Deep center field, and that ball on cue is out of the ballpark.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Got internet? Cool. A $200 Verizon gift card for switching to our Fios 1 gig plan? Hot. And here's a pro tip. Use it to pay your bill. It's like getting 2 months free. Plus, get a 5-year price guarantee. Hurry into your Verizon store today. Offer ends 10/8/25. Must install and maintain eligible FiOS service in good standing for 65 days and register gift card per offer terms. One offer per account. Price guarantee for new customers on select plans and excludes taxes and other charges. See store for additional terms and conditions.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 4:33. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. A lot of baseball today. The baseball news we didn't get a chance to talk about yet was the ABS challenge system coming to baseball next year. It will be in full effect. We saw it in spring. We've seen it in minor leagues. You will get 2 challenges throughout the game. Now, this is the only one I want to be sure, because in football you get 2 challenges. If you get them both right, you get another one. They say if you get it right, you can continue to get them. I'm curious if you get one, you just keep that same one, or you have to get both right. I don't know. I think it's just if you get it right, you don't lose it, right?
Yeah, so I was unclear, if you win one, lose one, are you done, or do you get to lose 2? But if you get them right, we know that you definitely get to keep them.
I know. So because that's how it's been put. If you get them right, you keep it. My thought would be if I challenge and I'm right, I don't lose a challenge.
Right, it should be you get to lose twice in a game.
Exactly. You get to lose it twice in a game. So if you're unfamiliar with it, if you don't remember from spring training, because you're not as locked in as I am watching spring training games, pretty much only a batter, a pitcher, or the catcher can challenge a called strike or ball. It has to be within, a few seconds of the call. The batter, the pitcher, or the catcher, with no help from the bench, no help from someone who saw it on camera, obviously. They have to quickly tap their helmet, and they can challenge any ball or strike call. Now, again, you only get 2, assuming you get them wrong. If you get them right, you continue. And it's interesting. It's funny that Aaron Boone doesn't like it. When talked about it during spring training, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like the idea of a challenge. He doesn't, it's something you got to talk to your players about. When do you do it? Do you do it in the second inning, on the first strike of the count? Is it worth it if you're not 100% sure? So are there guys who are going to abuse it and challenge everything? So it's a little interesting, but at the same time, I want the calls right. It's easy. It's simple. I don't know how Aaron Boone's going to feel if he loses a playoff series on a pitch to Aaron Judge that's 6 inches down below his knees, but it's called a strike like so many other pitches have been called against Aaron Judge. There's a venue now, moving forward next year, to eliminate bad calls that cost teams games. It's very simple. So I don't know why anybody would be opposed. The only thing in opposition would be screw replay. Just run the whole damn game through it and give the umpire the buzzer like they've talked about, and just have every ball and strike called by this ABS system as opposed to a challenge. That's really the only argument. The argument shouldn't be, I don't like it, let the umpires call it like they see it. I'm sorry. There's been too many missed calls. It's crazy. And now that we have this technology and we have the box and we see it so blatantly, that it drives you nuts. So I'm looking forward to next year with this challenge system. We'll see how it works. The pitch clock has worked. say what you want about Rob Manfred, and there's a lot of issues with him and his ownership, and his commissionership, and we just got over a big fight. We're probably in line for another huge fight between these two sides. But I do think that a lot of the rules he's instituted, I mean, the pitch clock has been an absolute success. I think the 3-pitcher rule that everybody hated when it first happened, the 3-batter minimum, has created actually more strategy than just being able to go to any pitcher you want on any at-bat you want. The idea now that you have to bring in a pitcher and have him face a lane of 3 hitters, knowing that there's a good chance he's going to have to face the opposite side at least once in that at-bat, I think that brings some more strategy into the game. I actually have no problem with it, and I think I like it. And then I'm okay with the overtime, the extra inning rule too. I don't mind it. It's done what it's supposed to do. It's shortened games. It's created more opportunities for all the small ball that you all claim you love. I don't know what's the problem with it. It's not baseball. Close your eyes and pretend someone hit a leadoff double. It's not that hard. It's really not that hard. So, and now the new technology, I think baseball's done a lot of things over the last couple years that have improved the game, believe it or not. I really do. So I'm looking forward to not having to worry about Aaron Judge striking out on pitches at his shins in a big spot. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, Aaron Boone might not be, but I certainly am. And I'm looking forward to more baseball tonight.
How awesome is it going to be next year when we're crushing a player, a batter? Like, why'd you burn that challenge in the second inning?
I know. Can you imagine? Burned it in the second inning. It was a 3-0 count. Then it was called a strike 3-1, and he challenges it, something stupid like that, in a game where they're up 2 runs in the first or something. Yeah, I absolutely. And you know who the guy in the Yankees is that I think they're fearful of, because we have seen him really get frustrated with pitches outside the zone, is Jazz. Jazz strikes me as the kind of guy who would quickly, he has been, he gets very frustrated with umpires. So I could see him be the guy that they have to, hey, we're going to pick our spots with this. But he's been great, man. Jazz has been great. Another home run and, not another home run, a couple doubles in this game. He's been swinging the bat good. Since he came here, I haven't even really talked so much about him being a 30-30 guy. He's a 40-40 guy over his first 162 games as a Yankee. He has been a great success. And quite honestly, I haven't done this yet because I don't necessarily want to do it until the Yankees, get into the postseason and do something. But my man Brian Cashman has had a really good year. I know it's only 89 wins. I know they're going to win 91, 92, maybe 93 games or something like that. I get it. It's not the 99, 100-win season you'd like. But to be in the position they're in, I know the payroll. I get it. They lost Juan Soto. They've lost their ace to injury. His moves this season have been extremely positive. He brings in Max Fried. Where would they be without him? Bellinger for Cody Petit and $25 million? Bellinger's been their second best player. Paul Goldschmidt, because of the emergence of Ben Rice, who, by the way, he drafted, he's become less important down the stretch. But the beginning of the season, when they were building the record that they were able to coast on for the 2 months they were miserable, he was incredible for them at the start of the year, and he's still hitting left-handers at a clip at 400, and he plays a good first base and is going to end up being either a guy who starts against lefties or is a valued piece off the bench and has meant a lot to this team. Devin Williams felt like for 90% of the year, and certainly he cost them 5 games himself, they'd be in first place if they pitched anybody but Devin Williams for 4 or 5 games early on in the year. But right now, he's pitching as well as he's pitched all year, and let's see what he does in the postseason. Getting Trent Grisham in the deal, I know it was a throw-in. He still got Trent Grisham in a deal that for Juan Soto, where Trent Grisham's still here hitting 33 home runs. Ben Rice, who they drafted and developed, has taken over first base. He's done a really good job this year. You got to give it to Brian Cashman. He's had one hell of a year. Plan B has been far better than I thought it could be. He's done a really masterful job. They clinched the playoffs, and I'm telling you, they've got an excellent chance. The Blue Jays are frauds. I've been saying it forever. They don't win meaningful games. Like, forget a series. They haven't won a playoff game. Not a one. And now they feel the Yankees coming. They got Garrett Crochet pitching against them tonight. Max Fried on the mound against the White Sox. When I come on 2 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, there's a very good chance they are tied in the standings. Yes, that still gives the Blue Jays the 1-game advantage because they've got the tiebreaker, but this division was over. It ain't over now. John in Charlotte. What's up, John?
Hi, how you doing? First of all, I want to say I really enjoy your show. You think you do a great job.
Thank you very much.
I'm interested to see your take on. I understand the Yankees are 1 game back against Toronto in the division, but it's really 2, as you've stated multiple times. Where do the Yankees go against if they face the Red Sox in Game 1? You know, in Crochet. You know, I understand Jazz Chisholm has had a great year, but is this where the Yankees really use their righty splits and maybe Chisholm's on the bench?
No.
I know they've dropped Grisham in the lineup.
No.
Against lefties. No, you don't think so?
You think Jazz is going to go on the bench against lefties? Absolutely not. No. No, he's one of the guys who plays. It depends. There is a question to be had, John. You're asking the wrong one. You're asking the wrong player. The question is third base. The question is third base. Are they going to play? And the question specifically is third base with Max Fried and Carlos Rodon on the mound for the Yankees. If the Yankees are playing, let's just set it up right now. Yankees-Red Sox, Game 1, Fried versus Garrett Crochet. Who's playing third base for the New York Yankees? Because Max Fried gets a ton of ground balls to that side of the field. A ton. The third baseman is extremely active, and he's been great defensively. But he has struggled offensively against right-handed pitching, let alone left-handed pitching. And Caballero can play an excellent third base and is hit a little bit against left-handed pitching. And they've also got Rosario, who can play third base. I don't know how well, but he can play third base, and he's crushed left-handed pitching. Even in his pinch hitting for the New York Yankees, he's been good against lefties for the New York Yankees, playing sporadically. So the question is, will they put the offense above the defense? That's the question. It's not so much will they not play Jazz. They're going to play Jazz. Jazz is an everyday player. He's playing lefties, righties. It won't matter. The question is, who's the third baseman? And specifically, when Fried and Rodon, the lefties, are on the mound against a team that might have a lot of right-handed hitters like the Red Sox do. When, someone else is on the mound, like if it's Luis Gil, I think it's probably an easier decision to play either Caballero at third or to play Rosario at third. But specifically, when you're looking for the defense with your left-handed aces on the mound, I wonder what the Yankees do. I wonder what the Yankees do in that spot. Because you watch him play every day at third base. McMahon is a brilliant third baseman. Not good. The plays he made in this game yesterday, both were in the dirt and had to be scooped. But he came in on a very difficult, high-hopping, ground ball that he had to barehand and make a throw on. He kind of go on a ball down the line. His arm strength is excellent. His glove is excellent. He is a brilliant defensive third baseman. And when Max Fried's on the mound, you need a very good defensive third baseman. But I have zero faith of him doing anything offensively against a tough lefty or a lefty, for any lefty for that matter. So that's a question. Who's the starting shortstop? And if there's a lefty against the Yankees, will they favor defense over offense with McMahon? Those are the two questions offensively with this team. Everything else is pretty much ho-hum. Like, I don't think, even against lefties, you're going to see Jason Dominguez crack the lineup. I think, obviously, Bellinger's great against lefties. He's got a highest batting average lefty on lefty in all of Major League Baseball. And Grisham's just been too good, too important, and defensively, that outfield's too good. They're not going to mess with it. So I don't care if it's lefty, righty. Dominguez is a bench player, bottom line. So I don't think the outfield's affected. I don't think second base is affected. catcher could be affected because I think they played Ben Rice anyway. You could play Goldschmidt at first and then have Rice catch. Well, I guess first base and catcher. Catcher could be against the tough lefty because you want to play Goldschmidt. Who's your catcher then? Do you go defense or offense at catcher? Does Rice hit well enough against lefties to warrant the defensive slip by playing him at catcher? Because he's better offensively against lefties, but is he that much better offensively against lefties to warrant the dip in defense you would take by playing him over Wells? So the lefty does present some questions, but it's not Jazz, and it's not the outfield. It's third base, and it could be catcher. And then the shortstop thing is just overall, who's going to be your shortstop? So we'll find out about this Yankee offense and how they want to handle it. But those are the questions heading in. Who's your everyday shortstop? And then when there's a tough lefty on the mound, particularly when your two left-handed aces are also pitching, do you go defense on the left side of the infield? Do you go defense at catcher? Or do you play your best offensive team, which would be Rosario and probably Rice behind the plate with Goldschmidt at first? 888-808-1019. Quick break. McMonigle here with you. We'll come back rapid fire style as we take you all the way to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on The Fan.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
We're not going to keep having the same conversations every week. Like, I can't do it, you can't do it. We'll talk about something else and make it more
I'm already at my wit's end with this.
Yeah, well,
I think everybody is.
I get it. I get it. Nobody wants to watch that nonsense.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
D'Agostino, Law Bite Back. I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-BITE-BACK. They call me The Closer because big or small, in court or out, I'm fighting to get the job done, to win, to get you every dollar you deserve. D'Agostino and Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and will come to you. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
All right, 4:53. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Rapid fire style, which is a loose term if you haven't noticed. I've had some fun with rapid fire style. Sometimes I do rapid fire. Sometimes I let people go on forever. I try and keep you on your toes by lying to you. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Let's get to those calls, though, as we've only got a few minutes. Mitch in Fort Lee. What's up, Mitchell?
Good morning, Big Mac. And what did I tell you a few weeks ago?
Yeah.
Don't give up on the Yankees, and guess what? We're back. And we're going to win the division. I don't have to worry about the Jewish holidays next week, so I can go to all the playoff games, so I'm psyched. But I got to tell you, I'm watching the game last night, and it was just unbelievable. Yankees doing. I said, you can't lose this game. I'm watching on my phone, watching what the Blue Jays are losing. I said, come on, Yankees, you got to close out. And how they won the game, I have to tell you, it was a great game. And, you know, you had a few points. I want to have to give you my opinion. I really do believe Wells is Volpe's going to be the shortstop. McMahon is going to play third base. And I think you got to put Rice at first base and leave it there. That's the way to go. Because you want a defensive catcher, and Wells is better behind the plate than Rice. That's my personal opinion.
Well, we're talking against left-handed pitching, though. You're really not going to play. You're not going to play Goldschmidt, who kills left-handed pitching and is the better defensive first baseman.
Well, listen, then if you really want to do it this way, what does Stanton do against left-handed pitchers? Let him come off the bench and let Stanton start, and then if you need him, bring Stanton in later in the game. You can do it that way, but I mean, you want Wells as the catcher. Wells is a lot better catcher than Rice. I mean, you really.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying. I think against, and thank you for the call, Mitch. I just don't know if Goldschmidt's not going to hit against left-handed pitching. I don't know why he's on the team. For like the odd chance of pinch hitting against a left-handed reliever. Like the dude owns left-handed pitching and he's a better defensive player at first base. Like I think he's playing against left-handed pitching. I think he's the starting first baseman. So the question is, what do you do with Rice? And Rice is a far better offensive player than Wells. And he's done okay at the catching position. It depends on it depends on how the series is going, to be totally honest with you. Like if it is an ALDS or an ALCS, like a wild card, you probably go defense. But if you get into an ALDS or an ALCS or obviously a World Series and you're struggling to score runs, you probably go with your best offensive team and take your chance. It depends. Because I want to see Rice on the field, but I also want to play Goldschmidt against left-handed pitching. So I don't know how they do. I don't know how they do both without putting Rice at catcher. And I don't think he's been that bad. He's not as good as pitch framing as Wells is, but I don't think he's been that bad. And then the question at third base is interesting to me. It is. I don't know. I think if there's a right-handed pitcher on the mound, I don't think twice I'm putting in Rosario or I'm playing Caballero. Probably Rosario. That's what I would do. If it's a left-handed pitcher, if it's Rodon or Fried, particularly Fried on the mound, yeah, I probably do just play McMahon and eat the loss on offense against the left-handed pitcher from McMahon and just make sure I make every play defensively, because there's something about the Yankees when defensive plays aren't made behind them, it just feels like, oh, here we go. Like it just and I know they always lose because they don't score enough runs. Like I get it, but it's going to be an interesting question. I agree with you. Anthony Volpe's probably going to be the starting shortstop. He's been better. Let's be honest. He got the shot, and he's been better. I wonder if they can give him one more right before the postseason starts. What does he need, 3 days off? On Tuesday, so Monday, Sunday, Saturday, give him a shot Friday night, Saturday morning. Get him ready to go by Tuesday. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Those are the questions. Now, the questions for the Mets, and we'll get into this as we go through here. And look, hopefully they go out and win tonight behind Tong, who really bounced back nicely off of his miserable start where he couldn't get out of the first inning. And, you have confidence in him and his stuff, at least. It's a big game. We'll see how the rookie reacts. Big game in Chicago against the Cubs with, the season on the line. But where do you go with this rotation? Because Peterson can't be pitched anymore. So, there's a very good chance Sunday, the last game of the year, which would right now be slated for the pitcher who pitched last night, which is Peterson, there's a very good chance you're going to need to win that game, whether to hold off the Cincinnati Reds or hope the Cincinnati Reds lose and you can overtake them one way or another. It's hard to imagine having a 2-game lead heading into that final game. It's possible, but you're going to have a 2-game lead over both these teams. You might need that game. What do you do with this rotation? What do you do with Sanga? Do you split up the piggyback? Do you manipulate something? Do you do a bullpen game? I don't know what you do because Peterson can't pitch anymore. But that's for a later date. Big win needed tonight for both the New York Yankees and the New York Mets. As we are pulling hard, we got plenty of baseball to watch. We're pulling hard for the Pittsburgh Pirates. We're pulling hard for the Los Angeles Dodgers. We're pulling hard for the Boston Red Sox. Let's go. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow at 2 o'clock after all the fun baseball. On a Thursday morning, we'll start getting more into the weekend football games. Enjoy the rest of your day. The warm-up show is next. I'm out of here. Bye-bye.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
The Yankees popping bottles at the stadium Tuesday night. They clinch a playoff spot with a 3-2 walk-off win over the White Sox. Jazz Chisholm Jr. was feeling the energy with the fans of Emmanuel Barbari.
It's really exciting. It's more exciting that we had a walk-off than we made it to the postseason, it feels like. But for me, it's only step one. Winning the division is the next step. And then to the World Series is a step after that.
The division is a possibility. The Yankees are only a game behind the Blue Jays now in the AL East. The Jays do own the tiebreaker. The Mets use a Brandon Nimmo 3-run homer to erase what was a 6-1 deficit in Chicago. And for the first time all season, they win a game that they trailed by 5 runs. 9-7 the final at Wrigley. Nimmo and the Mets sticking with it down early.
I think you just believe in yourselves and you believe that you're never going to give up until the very last out. And, that's what this team does.
Courtesy of Odyssey Mets Radio, the Reds lose to the Pirates. The D-backs walk off the Dodgers. The Mets are a game ahead ahead of both the Reds and D-backs for that final NL wildcard spot with 5 games to play. And the Giants are reportedly turning to rookie first-round pick Jaxson Dart at quarterback. Dart will make his first career start against the 3-0 Chargers on Sunday at MetLife Stadium. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Good morning, campers.
Alan Jerry. Don't worry, it's only an hour long, and most days it doesn't suck.
All right, it's 5:02. It is Wednesday. We've got lots to discuss. The Eddie Scazzeri, nice to see you as always. Across from me is Al New. What's up, Al?
Good morning, Jerry. I'm all fired up this morning as usual.
As usual. Yes, you are.
By the way, if the Mets going into yesterday's game did not control their own destiny, right? That's what we had heard.
Well, that was true, yeah.
Okay, the Mets don't control their own destiny.
Correct.
So they win a game yesterday and the Reds lose a game.
Correct.
Now all of a sudden they control their own destiny. What if today the Reds win and the Mets lose?
But then they gave their destiny away by losing.
Well, that's a stupid thing then.
Well, it's not, because if they win their last 5 games, they're in. It's on them.
All right, I could see that then. It just gets confusing because it sounds so weird. It's like they control their own. They don't control. Then they do control. Then they do.
Yeah, they lose tonight and the Reds win. They'll be back. The Reds will have control of it again.
Oh, okay.
It's all
So
a
it could
matter
go back and forth.
Well, yeah, because they're ahead of them now.
Oh, well, that's silly. Then.
Stay ahead of them and they can't catch you. It's kind of the way that works.
But if you say control your, yeah, okay. I guess it's just a technicality I'm getting lost in.
I don't know why you're getting lost in it.
I'm getting lost in it because
the Mets are a game better, and if they don't lose again, the Reds can't catch them.
But I feel like if you were to say they control their own destiny, that would mean that from here on out, only what they do matters.
Correct, and that is correct.
Okay, so that is correct. So if they lose tonight, then they don't control their own destiny.
They don't. Now, if the Reds lose, well, then you got the Diamondbacks to worry about because they're only a game back. But if the Mets keep winning, neither the Diamondbacks or the Reds can catch them. What was that on the microphone right there?
I think a piece of my yogurt.
Oh, okay. I thought it was some piece of human hair.
No. It was. I think it was a piece of my my yogurt
parfait.
My yogurt blueberry granola parfait that I
spit on the microphone. Apparently,
yes. I got to say, very nice win by the Mets.
Great win by the Mets, actually.
They could have easily, and we would have expected them to fold going down.
Well, think about when Jeff McNeil makes the play and then throws it away. You turn off the TV. Honestly, turn off the TV because this team has really shown no ability to come back. They still don't have a 9th inning comeback. I know last night the Alvarez home run was in the 8th. So they have not been a team that down a lot or even down a couple has shown that they can do that. And they did it last night. They chipped away, got the big home run from Nimmo, took the lead, gave the lead back, and then Alvarez with the big home run.
Right. So very nice. I mean, they're still, strangely, the last couple weeks, they're playing the field very strangely.
They're an odd team.
Errors, throwing errors, fielding errors. Did they give Juan Soto an error for that?
They should. I don't know. That's a good question.
The Mets had 2 errors. One was on one of the McNeil throws.
I'm going to say no because I don't know that it touched his glove. I will check that for you.
Yeah,
I didn't even think to look at that. That's a good question.
I think Howie Rose said he misplayed.
He did misplay it. 100%.
But a misplay isn't technically an error, I guess.
No, not at all.
Well, one of the errors was the McNeil throw, but he had 2 bad throws.
No, Santana was credited with a double for that.
Oh, okay.
So it was not.
So not an error.
No.
All right. Pretty exciting. And Edwin Diaz even came in and shut it down. Shut it down.
2 innings, 5 strikeouts.
Yeah.
Really, the good thing about, well, I say this the right way because they've had a very lousy season, quite frankly, the last 3 months. But Edwin Diaz hasn't been used much. So if they make it to the playoffs, you should have a Diaz that's got one of the freshest closer arms on all of the teams remaining.
I hope so.
And he looked great last night.
He did.
Now, here's the question. Can you use him tonight? I don't know that you can. I don't know that you can't. But he threw something. I'd have to look, but he had to have thrown almost 30 pitches last night, and you know how these relievers are.
Oh, yeah.
So if you have a 1-run lead in the 9th inning, are you going back to Diaz tonight? And then you absolutely won't have him tomorrow. Like, how are you playing that?
Yeah, I always go back to when CC Sabathia was brought into the Brewers, and they just made him pitch every day.
And he wanted to.
Yeah, pitch the ball.
He was pitching on like 2 days rest.
Yeah.
I remember that few months when he was in Milwaukee. I became a CC Sabathia fan.
I agree.
I'm like, this guy's a gamer, and then the Yankees signed him, and he was a great Yankee.
Even Johan Santana, when he was with the Mets, that late in the season one where they didn't want to pitch him because he was not on enough rest, and he said, "Give me the ball.
Give me the ball.
Let's go."
That's what you want.
That's what Edwin Diaz has got to go in there and go, "I'm pitching tonight."
And he might. I'm not saying he won't. And it wouldn't be crazy for him to pitch tonight. But then I do think you would lose him tomorrow. That said, worry about tonight.
I think you made a great point, Jerry. Not only did the Mets come back down 6-1, but after coming back, they gave up the lead again.
Yeah, and they were tied.
Came back again.
Yeah, because
that's impressive.
After Lindor gives them the lead 7-6, you're thinking, all right, great job. But very quickly, the Cubs tie it up. And they go, even when they're not good with prosperity. But Alvarez came through in a big, big way.
Mm-hmm.
And you talk about a gamer. That dude has been beaten up, battered, and bruised.